No more Shia LaBeouf. Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? Hello. Chat, I slept like fucking garbage. My eyes are like barely open and I can barely open them any more than this. Oh, but that's okay. That's okay. It is what it is. Oh, mods. The changes, by the way. Okay. Is that true? That's not what I saw. Wait. Oh wait, no, am I Cornge? I am Cornge. Hmm. Oh no. Wait, these changes are no Hakushin. Uh-oh. Only some of the changes are on Hakushin. Uh-oh. There should be 2 images? There's more than 2 images. But I saw a change to CN. Okay. How do I change language? Like this? That's... How do I translate the whole page? Translate this page. Okay. So... So, the extent of the changes. Adjustments to normal attack base damage that is like literally 1% on every hit. So it doesn't matter. Some of them are higher, some of them are lower. It doesn't matter. Alright, like these are the changes, okay? 93.1 to 93.9. Ooh. 102.2 to 103. Ah. 128 to 129. Holy! The N4 got the biggest buff of 6%, but the charge attack got nerfed by 80%. Charge attack is a minor part of her damage. Overall, whatever, right? So that part of the change, not relevant. What is relevant is the Mask of the Red Death going back to 238 from 297.5. Right? So that's a big nerf. However, now you get 65% Bond of Life instead of 40. And if you let it cook instead of 70, you can gain it up to 130. So, how do these changes affect her? They also, she now consumes more Bond of Life. So, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and and 4, 1, and 4, 2, and 5, and 6. I guess charge attack as well. Okay. So. No. So, it used to be charge attack 256.4, 93.2. I did the same one twice. Oh, you can have both show up? I didn't realize. Eh, whatever. So 297. Okay, wait. And 2, 102.2, and 3, 128.2, and 4, 1, 70.4. Whoa, 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 whoa. And 6. No, and 5. Oops. 140. And 6. 167.7. Bond of Life. 297.5. Starts at... How much does it start at? Was it 70 or 80? It was 70, right? And it was 6.5%. Okay. And then I guess I can add the EQ damage, which was 26.7 plus 240.4 plus 57.2 times 2. Oh, wait, no. All of these are times 2. Plus 666.7. So, before changes. Okay. Now, after changes. Charge attack is now 179.5. N1, 93.9. N2, 103. N3, 129.3. N4, 73.4. N5, 138.3. Wait, really? It's less? Huh. Okay. 138.3 and N6, 168.8. Then the bond of life is 238. And then she starts at 130%. Ah! This time, 92.5%. Which gives you pretty nice buff. About a 14% damage buff. And the bond consumption 7.5. Yep. I think the most important part of this isn't just this. It's also right now, this is the total motion value. Realistically, not all of this motion value happens when you're buffed, right? Like, the EQE at the beginning, you're probably not fully buffed for that. Right, so for your uptime, it's a closer to a 20% buff. And at the beginning of your rotation, because you're starting a lot higher on Bond of Life, it's about a 33% buff. Big buff compared to post hotfix, big nerf for pre-hotfix. She was never fixed to give her a significant nerf. People just assumed that you'd be able to double stack your Bond of Life with your burst reset. But that was never the case. With that assumption, that compared to now, yeah, it would be a big nerf. Oh, a decent nerf. Not that huge of a... It would be a nerf. But that was never there. That was just something people were assuming. Yeah, and this is without looking at the added particle generation you get from being able to double E. It's 145, it's not. It's 130. It can go up to 145 if you're in AoE, for example. Right? And you consume the blood debt from multiple enemies. But what you're getting from letting it cook is 130, not 145. These... I like how the most believable changes they've made to her, the kid that I think is most likely to ship so far. Give me a second. The kid that I would be least surprised they actually ship out is the one they update on April Fools. That's just funny as fuck, man. Like, that just really is hilarious. That is just so funny. Alright. Let me post a tweet about it. New Arlecchino changes look like a reasonable buff, bringing her more or less in line with the power I'd expect from a unit with a kit as restrictive as hers. Can't believe, or it's crazy, the most believable changes to her kit are on April Fools. Hoyo, don't mess with me, please. Oh yeah, you know what? You know what, that is a good point. That is a good point. This should be the song. I'd say that with these changes, she went from small Hu Tao to average sized Hu Tao. What is the average bond now? Depends on how many attacks you're doing, obviously. With 2 and 6s, average bond is around 80%. But the more you do, the lower it goes. And if you're doing 3 and 4s, for example, Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. But whatever. Yeah, okay. So it is definitely about a 15% buff. Okay, that's kind of nice. Hmm. Whatever. Chat, why do I get ghost pings in servers and they just don't? I can't remove them. I'm confused. Bro, it's stuck. Whatever, man. Is the server icon? But I hear the notification in my other room! I hear it in my other room! Does a 0.03 second interval for her bond of life consumption affect her? Nope. Doesn't change anything. As far as I'm aware, at least. Okay. Will Arlecchino give us up? No, she will not. She also will not. She also will not let you down.
No, my sword. Witness the power. Here comes the catch. Let's light it up. Teamwork is strength.
Okay, chat, where do we spend our resin today? Chauffeur's talent domain? What's the point of that? Narwhal, are we Monday? Oh, I guess we are. Yeah, we can do the narwhal. Sounds like they're bullshitting a little bit, because, she doesn't have actual AoE. Like, there are going to be situations where, yes, she's better than Hu Tao in AoE. Like, specifically, like, for example, a chamber with 2 Ruin Guards, right? Ruin Guards will walk close enough to you because they both just walk towards you until they're in melee range. They'll walk close enough to you that your attacks will be able to AoE them. The thing is, Hu Tao can also kind of do that. So it's like, yeah.
I knew you'd miss me.
Settle down. Time to go. Bow your head.
Wind strike.
Solidify. Settle down. Silence.
Doesn't the villain know it's 70% Hydro Res? I don't think he cares.
Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. Wind strike.
Stabilize.
I didn't eat. What do I forgot to eat?
Clouds high. The birds call.
The tide's back. Bow your head.
Oh no.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Based on what?
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Man. But I don't know, honestly. Like, her kid doesn't really synergize with plunging so well. But also, I mean, plunging is pretty damn good. So, it might not matter. One day I'll do this commission the way you're supposed to do it, but... New mail? Oh no. Is it this bullshit again? It is. Man.
Stabilize.
What happened to Gage? Wait, that's so good. I like that.
Add Astra. Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
That's great. That's great. That's amazing. I don't know if it's gonna update though. It does, okay, Pog. Alright, where do I spend the rest of my resin today? How am I looking on order books? I think I'm good, right? Yeah, I'm good. It's like gadgets, sure. Will he ever get rid of the gadget quick swap tutorial? Unironically, probably not. Because these icons all look too similar and my brain can't process them very quickly. And most of the time I open this menu, it's because I need to access a gadget. So the fact that it's highlighted actually helps me a lot. Like, unironically, I started by leaving it, like, by not clicking on it to bother you guys. But at this point, I actually don't want to click on it because it's useful for me. Also, take these bull fruits.
Bow your head. Settle down.
Oh, nice. These are actually what I want. Heroes, Wits, and Adventures experiences. Pog. What is your reason for pulling Arlecchino? There's a few reasons. First and foremost, I actually like her character. She's an interesting character in a sea of uninteresting characters. Like, her Her characterization in the story is interesting to me. Actually, no, there's not a lot of reasons. That's the main reason, really. Interesting for Genshin standards or in general? Interesting enough for Genshin standards that it borders on interesting in general.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
I just wish she looked better, not a fan of her design. What, you don't like KDA Ivern? Actually, it's more like Crime City Ivern. Why Ivern? Ivern has very long legs. Okay. Isn't there a new official video somewhere? Is it a Genshin video or a Star Rail video?
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma,
Yeah.
the water
There's a
is
new
also
Star Rail
delicate
video. Let's take a look at it. Are we supposed to know what that is, by the way? King of Terror descends.
We have to deploy
Oil
the
mascot,
weapon.
I see.
The city's defenses won't hold much longer.
No, it's too
From
dangerous.
Hongai Third,
It hasn't passed
called
the last
Homu, I
round of
see.
testing yet.
Then blast that thing with all our firepower.
The imaginary interkinetic portable tactical laser cannon is still charging.
There's no time to evacuate the city. We're done for.
What should we do?
Everyone, stay calm and do what you can. Pom Pom will buy you some time. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum! The road ends here, Homu. Pom Pom's putting a stop to this. This guy's pretty strong. Energy almost depleted.
Now is not the time to give
Pom
up.
needs help. Is the weapon ready yet?
Yes, but then Pom Pom might not be Pom Pom anymore.
There's no choice. Fire it up now.
Ultimate decisive battle weapon activated.
It's Voltron Bomb. Voltron. Palmer Ranger.
Pom Pom, ready to attack. This time,
What rule is she breaking? What kind of yapping is that?
Rules are made to be.
Why are you repeating it? Thought it was that good that she had to repeat it? Jesus Christ. Okay, well, this has managed to feel both incredibly high budget and incredibly low budget at the same time. It's actually like...
How do you like that?
Classic Power Rangers, I guess. And like, everything looks so crisp, right? But at the same time, like, the movement looks so bad. like when it starts hitting, it just does like, ugh. Like, look at how it hits.
That's pretty strong.
Hey, look at this hit. Look at this hit. Whoa. I like it. I like it. It's funny. Okay.
Like any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile. It must be
Lieben bought you a gift, chat.
appreciated.
Oh yeah. Playing rewards. Log in with your... Why do these pages always default to music on? Who the fuck wants to have this kind of music on a web page, man? No, but like, whatever, like, stop saying me because you think it's funny. Who actually wants to... Yeah, and it's so loud. It's so fucking loud.
I see the value in my own work, but
Oh
I
well.
also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Can we play Banker next time?
I'm not gonna take your opinion seriously, Mr. Saying 10 songs on repeat for the last 10 years, little bro. For real, for real. It's not 10 songs, it's one song.
Water comes in...
Okay. Alright, where do I spend the rest of my resin? I don't know. You gonna take a look at Robin and Gun Guy changes? Yeah, sure. Might as well. But I need to figure out where I spend my resin first. Chad, I need help. I need help to figure it out. XP books? I don't think I need them. Actually, do I need them? How many books do you need again for, Oh, shit, I think I do need them. Ah, fuck. But it's so boring! It's the most boring... You know what? It's actually not that bad. Good for one character? Yeah, but I want to get Chavez as well. And that's 2 characters. Man, okay. You know what? I complain about farming ley lines, but unironically, the fighting that you do for ley lines is more fun than domain farming. Right? So at least there's that.
Bow your head. Gather.
Like, yeah, you don't get the serotonin from the, ooh, RNG pog. But... But at least you get to actually play the game. Who should I use? Because they're kind of squishy. I can kind of play what I want. Ideally, something that's not too burst reliant. I'm using Kutsing to farm ley lines. Maybe I can use Kutsing as well. I think it's been a while. I'm down.
Let's finish this quickly.
I do have a decently good Kutsing and a decently good Fischl, so we might as well. Same one goblet, Pog. Definitely don't want Crescent Pike.
Please appreciate my sincerity. What must go on? Incoming with sword from shadow. Hey! Speed of light. Incoming. Hey! Nowhere to hide.
Kutsing stats. Oh yeah, Lud. I turned follower only off. Cause we got a raid. And I forgot to turn it back on, but honestly, who cares?
By royal decree. Speed of light.
What?
Don't blink.
I'm stuck. Where's the hydro coming from? Oh, I guess from this thing, huh?
Wings. Speed of light.
Polish business. Follower only will make them follow. My follower only is 10 minutes. The purpose of my follower only isn't to make people forced to follow. It's to make it so that bot raids can't just come in and spam slurs.
There you are, eavesdropper. Shadow Witch. Incoming.
don't have Quicken on her, but that's fine.
Speed of light.
What? It's alive? You can't just hide your health bar in the tree like that. That's fucked up. You can't do that. That's fucked up.
Ignorant and vulgar.
By royal
Windstrap.
incoming. Midnight, Fantastic. Don't blink.
Wait, is he alone? What the?
You blade. Odds revealed. Speed of light. Cut to the chase.
Come on. Okay. I was like, come on, man. You can't give me a non-crit on the final hit like that, please. Begging. Okay. Well, that's the end of our resin for the day. Augers. Alright. Who are we gonna do Abyss with today? Geo damage bonus? Yeah. Maybe I play Noelle? You know? Maybe? My Noelle is like very poorly built though. But I'm down. I don't have a good beast for her. Damn. Eh. I don't think I have a defense main stat on this. Yeah. And I don't think I have a geo. Yeah, okay. We're gonna have to go Husk. Oh fuck, I only have one Husk. Okay, we're not playing Noelle. I lied. Alright, we're gonna do skip current song. Alright, I got you. Okay, I wonder if you're playing with Farina, I wonder if TF is actually better than Gilded, because you're gonna start getting a decent amount of hyper blooms. It's very possible that Gilded is better. I think I'll try it. I guess that means I have to go EM circlet. But I have a pretty good one, so it's not even that bad. This is my ratio. It's not terrible. It's not great either, though. Lion's Roar is not it, though. Because we're not gonna have underlying Electro. Guess it's just gonna be this. And it's 750 EM, 40 180. With her ult, that's 55 180. It's not that bad. Okay, let's run that. What do I do on the other side, though? What side can I use this on? I guess I'd rather use it second side than first side, right? Yeah, this is gonna be way too cringe on the first side. Hmm. You know what? Let's turn to the classics. Good old reliable. Wait. Okay.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
I hope I remember after stream that I need to buy a mouse pad, because, like, my book that I'm using as a mouse pad is literally sliding on my desk when I move my mouse. It's, like, actually so hard to control anything. Okay. Uh... Okay. I can play Kutang on the second side, I guess. Yeah.
Another test subject.
Let me read you.
Everybody stand! Nice and spike! Animal test 6308. You're toast!
Rain outlines your fate. Huh? Time to act.
Brace you! Absorption test.
Okay.
Let's get down to business.
Everyone hold hands. Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive!
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Make yourselves a move! Incoming! With sword comes shadow. Hey!
That tingle?
Let's leave her alone. Huh?
What is that? Nice.
Body and mind. Witness the power.
Going in! Ah, right. Animal hypostasis emulation.
Rain.
No, my E! It's fine. I'm getting burst back because so many HP particles.
Nice and spike. Absorption test. Stand clear.
How good or bad are the changes now? They're a nice little buff. Like, they're not
Everything.
insane, but they're pretty nice.
Strike a pose. Time to shine. The doctor will see you.
Remember, health comes first.
Don't blink. Cut to the chase. Hey!
Oops, that's not Nahida.
Everyone hold hands. Speed of light. Good. Yeah.
Test subject.
Neither buffs nor burfs, nuffs. No, they're buffs, chat.
Let me read you.
The round of changes I called burfs were burfs. The round of changes right now are not burfs. They're just buffs.
Rain outlines your fate.
Boba, get. Animal test.
They're good changes, chat. Be happy about them. Yeah.
I see everything. Make yourselves at home. Let the world come alive.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the...
Don't blink. Nowhere to hide.
Okay, who's going next? Definitely don't want the Kutsing team against this, so I'll do it second side. I'll put Nahida on 3. I'm used to her being on 3. Am I used to her being on 3? I don't even know. Teleport waypoint unlocked? The guard... Whoa! Like, I guess there's a new event.
Witness the power.
I'm going in. Let's light it up. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2.
No, my
Wait, that was it? Forgot there's only one wave to this chamber. Fuck, I'm starting the next one without burst now.
Showering you with praise. Time to shine. The Temple of Wisdom. The doctor will see you.
Remember,
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
Nahida's such a 4 slot for me. Realistically, Nahida's usually a 1 slot for me. Because I've played too much Double Hydro Hyper Bloom where she's the on-fielder. Yeah, whatever.
rain outlines your fate. Flame cutter. Teamwork is dream.
Stay clear. Absorption test. Eat this.
Gotta make sure my Singso E hits this one. Because it's immune to Tornado.
Let's light it up.
Which one is the annoying one again? Is it it's the Dendro one, right?
Time to
Yeah, it is.
Let's light it up.
Oh, whatever.
Witness the power. Everybody stand.
Nice and spiky.
Rain outlines your fate.
I don't wanna talk about it.
Let the world collide. Sharing my knowledge.
A bitter pill to swallow, taking a turn for the better.
Incoming. Hey. Nowhere to hide. Yeah.
Alright, well, let's just get this shit out of the way. We need the energy.
Vent now!
Frying pan. Enhanced animal module 75.
Let me lead you a bit. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Absorption test.
No, my
Are these the final changes? No clue.
Shower me with praise. The mining. Echoing. The temple of wisdom.
I'd be happy if they were, though.
Seems like an emergency.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow.
Okay, floor 11. Can do whatever. Can do whatever. Yeah. Okay. I keep fucking changing the slot she's on. I'm just gonna get confused, man.
Race you.
time to act.
Whatever.
Witness the power.
Everybody stand. Nice and spike. Stand clear. Whir. Mark 2. Eat this.
Rain outlines your fate.
Nova, get them. Animal test 60.
Let me lead you a bit.
Going in. Going toast.
Let's light it up. No, my sword. Adventure.
Alright. Alright.
Strike a pose. Let the world come on.
Oopsie daisy.
Sharing my
Fuck that up, but it's fine.
Remember, health comes first, mind the second.
Cut to the chase. Everyone hold hands. The temple of wisdom. Yoo-hoo! The mining echoing song. The dactyls. Incoming. With sword comes shadow. Hey! Speed of light.
Okay.
Witness the power.
Teamwork is dream. Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 70. Eat this!
Rain outlines your fate. Let's light it
This was not it, man. What the fuck is wrong with me? But I guess it just didn't fucking group. Why do they start so far away from each other? How cringe is that? Yeah, she comes to me, right? I missed this swirl, but it's okay. Actually, it's good that I missed this swirl, because now I don't immediately kill it, and I can go generate some energy on this guy. Perfect. Perfect! Want you to use Venti? Yeah, I guess so. Ugh. Oh yeah, it's one at a time, I forgot. Did you just fucking miss? Oh my god. Bro! Please stay in place for 1 fucking second. I am begging. I pressed burst.
Remember, health comes first.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
I actually almost died. Like, if I had like 50 more ping, I would have died there.
Rain outlines your fate. Let's light it up.
Absorption test.
Let me lead you. Everybody stand back.
Eat this. Stand clear. Incoming. Hey! A minute to memory. The Temple of Wisdom. Let the world come alive. The doctor will see.
Seems like an emerge.
Speed of light. Cut to the chase. Don't blink.
Okay. So, we're just gonna use the Kutsing team on the second side. It's gonna be a little bit cringe. For the last chamber, but it is what it is, you know? Just have to be okay with it. Ah.
Nice and spike. Animal test 6308. Swirl. You're toast.
Body and
We need it last, Medley.
let's light it up. Let me lead you abreast. Everybody stand back.
Absorption test.
No, my
Pardon me.
Yeah, they move a lot, which is very annoying, but it is what it is.
ring cutter.
Teamwork is dreamwork. I'm the frying pan. Animal test 6308. Animal liquid.
Where is she? There she is. No! I missed my E.
Stand clear.
I missed my E again.
Animal test 6308.
Okay, good enough. Good enough, good enough.
Mind the side effects. Remember,
Incoming. Nowhere to hide.
Oh, we got the lucky one.
Make yourself a move. Strike a pose. Let the world come. The doctor will see you.
Taking a turn for the...
Incoming with sword from shadow. Don't blink.
Very cool. Not the fastest, but still reasonable. Right.
Let's light it up. Witness the power of good wife. Time to act. Everybody stand.
Lola, get them. Stand clear.
Rain outlines your face. Huh?
Eat this.
Oh god.
Enhanced animal models. Nice and spiked. Animal test 6308.
I don't want to use my burst for this, man. Whatever.
I'm going in. Lola, get them. You're toast. Absorption test.
Rain outlines your face.
This was not it, but it's okay.
Let's light it up.
Let's go here.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Nice and spiced. Animal test 6308. Absorption. Eat this.
Aw, they crystallized me. That's fucking cringe. Yeah, that is what it is.
Speed of light. Grow, grow, grow. The Temple of Wisdom.
But my name echoing song.
Seems like an emergency.
Cut to the chase. Incoming. Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves a move. Shower me with praise. Let the world come.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for...
Speed of light. Nowhere to hide.
Oh, fuck, we got lucky. No, no, no. It didn't.
Don't blink. Hey. This place
Never mind. I fucked it up. I wasn't close enough to it.
time to shine.
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Incoming. Committed to memory with sword from shadow.
And... But yeah, this is a team where Raiden is a lot better than Kutsane, because you spend so much time off of your carry actually generating blooms. And Kutsane not having off-field Electro, really... It's really a shame, you know? But that's okay.
Witness the power. Everybody stand.
Lola, get them.
Rain outlines your face. Let's light it up. Bench. Let me lead you over. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Animal test 6308. Eat this.
Huh? No, my sword.
Nice. Absorption test.
Okay.
Don't blink. Hey, this may create a little.
I fucked it up. No, I'm an idiot.
Let my name echo in song. Committed to memory, sharing my knowledge.
A bitter pill to swallow. Remember,
Speed of light, nowhere to hide. Incoming. Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. This may pretty little. Don't blink. Cut to the chase. Roll, roll, roll. Huh. This may pretty little. The Temple of Wisdom. Shower me with praise. Let the world come.
seems like an emergency.
Speed of light. Nowhere to hide. Hey! How dare you!
Okay. 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 This is like, it's an alright team, right? Honestly, I don't think it's as fun as saying like strict, like purely aggravate. And it like you can really feel the difference of like between her and Raiden in this team. So yeah, it is what it is. Alright, is it time to get some good instructor artifacts? Let's start with the ones that don't matter real quick. Don't care. Crit rate ER, could be good. Don't care. Don't care. Alright. Now the good stuff. Instructor. Exile could be good. Crit rate ER 3-liner. Crit damage attack. No. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. ER 3-liner? Holy shit. That's crit rate ER 3-liner. That's insane. I already have a really good instructor ER piece for the circlets though. It's the only piece that I have that's actually 15 ER on instructor. It's really unfortunate that I got that instead of a flower or feather, but I'll take it honestly. Or like, cause I have this, which is already crit rate 15 ER, but I might as well level it, you know. Maybe it's 20 ER. Who knows? I don't think I have. Oh, wait. No, I do have enough. No, I don't. Not quite. I can probably unlock a 4-star I kept that I don't need to keep. Like this. No, this is the... This is the artifact you get from the Jet quest, right? Is it not? Yeah, I want to keep this one. Yeah, this 2-liner ER. Okay. 2-liner, no ER. We can ditch that. ER! Oh, fuck. I have to keep leveling it now. Oh, shit. Now I have to waste artifact experience to level it, and then it's not gonna roll good anyways, and I'm gonna be really disappointed. Ugh. Life sucks, man. Do I ever want to keep this? It's plus 12. Not really. Or at best, it's a 5-liner. But it's not going to be used on Marie-José, because otherwise... I'm probably overcapped on crit rate. Yeah. ER. No. Alright, I'll finish leveling it, get disappointed, and then we can move on. How's that, chat? How does that sound to you guys? Sounds like a plan? This sounds like a plan to me. Yeah, alright. Cool. It's just so unlikely I beat the 15 ER I have. Right, that's the equivalent of like 22 ER. Probably more than that, actually. Wait. Artifact, stats, Genshin. Right, 15, so ER on a 4-star, yeah. 15 ER is 2 max rolls into a high roll, right? You get 2 less rolls on Instructor than you, or because it's 4-star, than you do on a 5-star set. So 3 rolls of ER is the equivalent of 5 rolls of ER here. Right? So 3 max rolls into 2 high rolls for this would be, what, 13, 19.5, over 30 ER.
Enough procrastinating.
Right, like, this is an Omega high roll. And it's on crit rate too, right? Which is the best main stat to get for an Instructor piece. Because it lets you proc Fav. And you're usually only using Instructor on characters whose personal damage isn't that big anyways. So you often want to run them on Fav. The main 3 I'd be looking for are crit rate, EM, or maybe healing bonus for Bennett. But yeah, it's kind of an insane piece, right? It's really, really unlikely that it rolls any higher. But yeah. So I'd much rather get 3-liners with ER, Flowers, and Feathers, because it's just so unlikely I improve on what I already have. Like, if I get a 3-liner with ER, the only way it's an upgrade is if it rolls into the right stat 3 times, which is, what, 1 out of 64. Right? It has a 1 out of 64 chance to be useful. Y'all have any ideas how to spend 500k Mora fast for the Battle Pass weekly mission? Other than dumping the Mora into leveling artifacts. Level anything. Level a character, level a weapon, level a whatever you want. Level an artifact. Level a talent. Talents are very, very expensive Mora-wise, right? Like if 500k Mora, that's basically level 8 to 9 on one character. Right? You're just gonna be missing 50k, which you can do pretty easily. Level 9 to 10 is 700k. So you get it instantly. Have you guys done this event? Is it good? Is it true that Arlecchino was buffed 14% today? About that, yeah. The exact number is going to depend on how long you stay on field. The buff is bigger if you're staying on field for a shorter amount of time than if you're staying for a longer amount of time. But assuming the field time that we were assuming previously,
In
it's
adventure,
about a
as in
15%,
business, you
yeah.
always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Hmm. Hmm. Is she cooked or not? I mean, she is cooked, but it's a fine dining experience, you know?
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Chat! Chat! I really hope this isn't April Fool's. While others use today to make April Fool's joke, we're getting serious. Set your alarm clocks. In 3 days, we'll announce the details of our new album. Please be real! Please, Powerwolf! I am begging you! Hmm. Hmm.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Why announce it today if it's real? I don't know, but I'm choosing to believe. Okay? Alright. We can take a look at the Star Rail leaks as well. Robin. Oh, they only have one version. Never mind. Is it not here? Is it only on the subreddit? Have they not? These numbers look like they're the same as last time. I'm not sure about this. I think so. Yeah, I don't think they're on Hakushin yet. Maybe they're on China, but whatever. Oh, energy costs changed? It's it's not on Hakushin. Okay, let me Star Rail leaks.
Venturing, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Okay. When the talent is triggered to gain... Oh, that's E2. Okay, who cares? Robin ult cost. Wait, that's it? That's all the changes? Oh, that's boring. So... Robin buff. Robin buff is a pretty big buff, to be fair. The main thing is you're not gonna be getting it a turn earlier, right? Like, the energy breakpoints just don't work out to get it a turn earlier with this. So most realistically, what this does is it might let you get away with attack rope, or at the very least, use a planar ornament that isn't Von Wack or Penacone. Like, cause like, she generates 2 energy every time she attacks and every time one of the allies attacks, right? So, let's say you're playing her with Ratio. Let's say, what, Ratio, Robin. I mean, her best team is probably gonna be, or the best follow-up team with Robin is probably gonna be Ratio, Robin, Topaz, and Amatsurin.
Balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Right? Ratio without debuffer? Amatsurin ult gives a debuff and Topaz gives a debuff. No? Do they not? Am I orange?
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Plus, if you were using Trend on Amatsurin, you get 3 debuffs. Yeah, plus Ratio himself applies a debuff. Like you're gonna be fine. Okay, so right, what's gonna happen is you ult on Robin, right, and then immediately Ratio goes, and during the ult duration he's gonna go twice, right? So, Ratio x2,
In adventuring, as
you're gonna get the 3 hits from ult,
while it's there.
and then the 2 hits from both E's. So that's 7 hits, right? Topaz goes twice, and with all the follow-ups going on, how many Numby hits are gonna happen? Like, 3? I don't know. I've never played Topaz with Ratio, so I don't know exactly how fast Numby actually goes. Fortis. Oh yeah, Amazon has a follow-up as well. Let's look at 4 for now, right? And then Amazon is also going to go twice. And let's say one of those is going to be him using his skill instead of his normal. So he's only going to get 1 hit. But then he's also going to get probably at least 1 follow-up. And then the ult as well. So total of 3-ish, I think is fair. And then after that, it's Robin's turn, right? He's gonna skill. Right? Robin. E. Then you're gonna get Ratio, E, Topaz, also in, Robin, normal attack. It doesn't need to skill immediately. Yeah, but she's gonna do it at some point, right? But like, maybe these two get swapped, but it doesn't matter. Whether you use normal attack first or E first, you generate the same amount of energy if you're using both, right? Right? Then Robin goes again, then Ratio goes again, then Topaz goes again, and Avanzarin goes again, right? So, how much energy is she generating, right? This times 2. This plus this times 2. Okay.
I'm all for work-life
Starting at
balance,
5.
but I think this is pushing it.
Right? Then Robin E. This plus 30. Ratio E. Is ratio 2 or is ratio 3 or 4 turn ult again? I forgot. I'll double check. Yeah, that's 4. Okay. Can get hit and make it... Actually, wait.
Come on, enough.
No, he generates 10 energy from the follow-up, right? Oh no, it's only 5 energy. Okay, I'm an idiot. I thought it was 10. Yeah, okay, so it should be 4, right? So you probably don't want... Okay, yeah, you...
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity.
Well, that's gonna be a little cringe, huh? Okay. Speed tuning for a team like this is gonna be omega cringe, because you don't want to use your ratio ult outside of Robin ult. Because it does so much damage inside Robin ult than it does outside of it. And so if you get Ratio's ult earlier, because you have 5 turns before Robin gets her ult back, you kind of have to hold it, right? So you probably play 0 speed ratio or something. Right, because you like if you're holding ult, you're losing so much damage, right? Okay. Anyways, Topaz. Let's say you get a Nami hits here as well, right? So this. Oops. Okay. Then he goes. And Robin normal attack. Then Ratio goes 2 again. Topaz 2 again-ish. And this time also gets 2 as well, right? At 140, it's not really that doable to do a 2-turn ult on Robin. Maybe if you get lucky and she gets hit. Or maybe if you're using Bronya Lycone or Coggers. You know what? Yeah, actually, in a team like this, it might actually be doable to 2-turn ult now. With a 140. If you're using Coggers or Bronya Lycone. I don't think you want to use Coggers, though. Because she does a good amount of damage. So you really want to get a decent amount of attack on her. Lud, it's referring to a light cone. Can you skill again on Robin? You could, I guess. That is something you could do. Yeah, you can do that. Sure, you could, yeah. Okay, you know what? The 140 cost actually is really, really significant, because there's going to be a decent amount of teams where, because it's 140 instead of 160, she can 2-turn ult instead of 3-turn ult. And in the teams where she still has the 3-turn ult, you'll be able to get away with a set other than Vonwak or Penacony. It's such a big buff, actually. Because she advances forward the whole team. Her ulting 1 turn earlier is insane. Right, because you're okay. Let's take a look at how the AV looks. Okay. So she's starting the fight at they didn't change the technique, right? It's still only 5 at 85 energy, right? Okay. So, Robin, Ratio, Topaz, also in. Speed. .103 base speed. No speed here. For now, let's look at 103. Like, no speed at all. And then we'll take a look at how increasing speed changes the breakpoints. Topaz base speed is 110, damn. She's so fast. Don't know. I have not bought the battle pass in a while. The one I have refined is Iridescent Hunt. Base speed 106. Okay. So with this, Ratio will go Ratio, Topaz, what's in Robin. Okay. Then Robin First turn, she's gonna skill. That's gonna get her to 120. So she doesn't necessarily need... Okay, that's interesting. And then you have Robin Energy. Okay. For now, let's take a look at if she's at like 120 speed, right? So, Robin's first turn. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. Robin's second turn. $145. You don't want that, do you? I guess that's fine. But then that means she doesn't actually want speed here, does she? Second turn will be the full turn? Yeah, I know. That's why it's 80 later, not 60 later. If you want your other units to go twice before her second turn, you'd have to build speed on them, but you don't want to. I guess the first ult doesn't really need to be this quick. It should, though. Huh. If you're looking from... from her ult turn. Because the way I'm thinking about it, you want to have 2 actions on your carries before you ult on Robin. Because otherwise you're not going to have ult on them at the start of Robin's ult. And I feel like you'd kind of want to have them. But I guess it doesn't matter if you use the ult in the middle of Robin's buff instead of at the start. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Because, like, okay, she starts... right? AV 0. First action is Robin. Oops. Robin E. Robin starts at 80 plus 5 times. How much energy do you get from rope? It's 19 point something or 18 point something? 19.4, I think? 19.44, okay, so 124.44. He starts at 70 now? You're right, thank you. Alright, and Robin E, this plus 30 times 124.44. Is a 113. Then Topaz goes. And how does Numby work again? When does it get advanced forward? Any follow-up plus 50%? Okay. So Topaz goes first. Right? And how much speed does it have? 90? $80? Well, that's kind of cringe. Okay, Topaz. Normal. Robin's energy, this plus 2 times 124.4. Then, oops. A, I'm not writing his whole fucking name, fuck that. Probably normal. This plus 2 times 124.4. Then ratio, oops. Ratio E. Topaz technique. What is her technique? Oh, she starts with 60 more energy? Oh no, after the first Nummy hit, she gets a lot of energy, I see. So she's gonna ult after... We don't want to ult yet. Right? Right, you want to ult after you use ratio E, right? Because Nummy would hit here, right? Anyway, Robin energy from this plus 2, 4 times 124.4. This plus 2 times 124.4. So she doesn't get enough energy from this. So you'd have to go to her second turn. At that point, is it worth building a lot of speed on her? If you go 150 speed, for example. Can you get... You probably can get 150 speed, right? She has speed... Yeah, she has speed from this. base speed. So base speed is basically 105. 150 would be very, or sorry, 107. 150 would be pretty easy. Numby hits 3 times. I don't think it generates energy 3 times. It's once per action. The reason why ratio generates energy twice is because it's 2 actions. Yeah, let's say it's 160 speed, right? Her second action would be at 110. Robin normal. Robin energy enough. And then you can ult here. Right? You probably... Topaz ult here. Oops. Right? Oh wait, does Topaz's normal attack advance Nummy forward? It does, right? Am I an idiot? I am an idiot, right? Yes, okay, I'm an idiot. I forgot. So this is when Nummy goes. So, would you want to ult here? I don't think so. I think you'd wait. Does she generate energy from Numby hits? Or not? Any knowers? No? Only when ult is active? I see. So... okay, this is what you would do for sure. Okay, then you Robin N, Robin normal, and then Robin ult, right? And then this goes back to 6. So, right now at this point, okay, does anyone know when Robin ults, which ally like acts first? Is it the one that was supposed to be next? I'm guessing so, right? Next one in AV order. Oh, that's kind of cringe then. Because that would mean... that would mean you'd have to Topaz ult here, or you'd kind of waste... wait, I guess you could Topaz ult here, right? It's a bit annoying, because you're wasting a little bit. But I guess it's only 10 AV. It's not that bad. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Alright, right after Robin ult, you Topaz ult. Okay, and then Topaz is the one who goes next, I believe. Kind of a waste to get the advance forward on her. Ideally, Avancerin would go before her. Can we make that happen? Yeah, you just build a little bit of speed on Avancerin. That's fine. Whatever. We're gonna pretend like this is before in the action order. It doesn't actually matter. Okay, and then you'd get... Okay, then you get ratio... No. Yeah. Avancerin. Normal. This plus 2 times 124.4. Numby. Isn't it better to ult with Robin after Ratio and Topaz act a second time? Then you can have 3 actions first cycle? Yes and no. So, you can speed tune to get 2 actions on Ratio and Topaz and Avancerin before Robin ult. But right now, I'm looking at what happens if you build 0 speed on basically your whole team except Robin to try to take full advantage of the advance forward from Robin's ult. Because the main issue is that you do a lot more damage with Robin's ult than you do without it. And because of that, having 2 actions before Robin's ult doesn't matter quite as much. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. Okay, Nami hits, you get this. Now you've had Topaz, Numby, Ratio, Numby. That's 4. Where is... How many stacks does Amazorin start with? Any remembers? Did he start at 0? Zero. Okay. I mean, 4 hits. I feel like it's reasonable to assume you're gonna get some stacks from enemies hitting you as well. So you're probably getting an Amazorin follow-up here. Then here, that counts for 1 hit for Numby. Then is that enough for him to ult? 110 starts at 55. 20, 75, 20, 95, follow up. Is that 7 energy? So it's gonna be enough if you skill, but you don't really want to skill, right? Use technique to start with a shield. And you don't really want to... Wait, no. You don't start with a... Wait. How do you start with a shield again? Do you not start... I guess you can just start with a skill here. Okay. Sure, whatever. And then you do normal. And then follow up. And then ult. And that's Numby hitting again. And now Topaz ult expires, right? Because there's been 2 Numby hits since the... It's 2 hits, right? Okay, then Topaz goes. Then... Ratio goes. And then Nami goes again. And all of this happens in 0 AV. From Robin's ult, I get from Robin's normal attack, you do all of you do all of this in 0 AV. That is very funny. Then, next one to act is Amazorin. Isn't Topaz faster? I made Amazon faster because it makes the Nummy hits line up a lot better. Is this Amazon follow-up attack being triggered by Nummy? If it is, it doesn't advance Nummy forward. Oh. No, it's not. It's being triggered by Amazon normal attack. But it could, depending on RNG. Like, I guess there's a chance you get one less hit. But yeah, like, I decided to give him a little bit of speed so that he would go before Topaz. Because it just lines up the hits a lot better, I think. Okay, then on to normal. Oops. Then Topaz. I guess here you could Topaz E, right? Wait, I forgot the ratio ult. I'm an idiot. Okay. Then he normals. Then ratio follow-up. Then ratio goes. Yeah, I guess this first ratio follow-up has a 20% chance not to proc, right? Because you get Topaz debuff and ratio technique. But you don't have any other debuffs yet. Just reset. You know, it is what it is. Okay, then ratio E. No, that's not ratio. It's Topaz. Normal attack. Wait, but before that, I'm an idiot. Numby. And then Topaz normal attack. That's a follow-up. Then ratio follow-up. That's a second follow-up. So then you get another Numby. God. You get so much fucking Numby with ratio, don't you? Holy shit. Yeah, like, that's so much energy. Robin hasn't taken action since she ulted yet, by the way. And she's already, like, almost half. That's kind of insane. Ratio follow-up after Nummy? No, that's we got both of them already. Okay, then we got ratio E. That triggers a follow-up. Then we have Robin. Right? Robin ulted at 109. Next action for Robin is, what is it, 90 speed when she ults? Yeah, 90 speed. So that's when your Robin ult expires. Robin, normal attack. Because her skill hasn't expired yet. This plus 20 times 124.4. And we're basically back where we started. Huh. Then we have last nummy hit was at 200 plus $10K divided by 80. No, 5K divided by 80. 262. We have another numby. And then also in at 287. We've had a lot of follow-ups since the last month of follow-up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He gains. Oh wait, is he capped at 3 points per turn? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. But I mean, his ult gives him some, right? But it's random. Oh, fuck it. I'm pretending like he doesn't follow up. Who cares? It's fine. Ugh. Okay, then Topaz. Wait a second. Ooh, wait a second. Robin, or... Yeah. Robin normal attack. Yeah. Then Robin E. This plus 30 times 124.4. I don't know if a 2-turn ult is happening for this one. I think it's gonna be 3. It's not that bad though, because you still get the turn before 350 AV. Right? Maybe... Oh wait! Robin generates 2 more energy when she normal attacks, right? I forgot about that. So you're missing like 15. Topaz normal. Then ratio E. And Numby. Yeah, you're missing like 10 energy. I guess if you just skill on her instead of normal, here you get her ult again. How does the skill point situation look like? Skill points. Start at 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. Okay, we're chilling. 5. Yeah, okay, we're completely chilling. So I guess some of these Topaz normal attacks are gonna be Topaz E's instead. So, because Topaz is a character that can both normal attack spam and skill spam. So this is a team that's going to be very flexible in its skill point usage, where you can either use it on Topaz if you want a bit more damage, on Avantoren if you want a bit more shielding. But I think you almost always want to use them on both Ratio and Robin. The thing is, you're gonna have 2 characters that are skill point negative, like strictly skill point negative, that use a skill point every turn. 1 character that can generate a skill point every turn, and 1 character that's generally gonna be a little bit skill point positive, but not necessarily, right? So in a vacuum, it sounds like that would be a skill point negative team, right? But no, it's not, because one of your 2 characters that uses skill every turn acts significantly less often than the characters that that can generate skill points. Right? Because here, if instead of Robin E, no, instead of Robin normal attack, where is it? If instead of Robin normal attack, we use Robin E, we actually get 140 right at the perfect moment. Because if we don't get it here, right? Our next action is almost 50 AV later. Yeah, you're gonna be pretty vulnerable to delays and slows and advance or action delay, stuff like that, but it just is what it is. Is it with Penacony slash Vonwak? It's with Penacony or Vonwak. Yeah, I guess it can be with either. You can't really make use of the advance forward from Vonwak though, because you want to build a lot of speed on her anyways. I guess if you build Vonwak, you can Robin normal like here at 97 instead of 109. So you get 12 advance forward on the whole team effectively. That's fine. But yeah, I also didn't assume really getting hit for Avanzarin's shield, and I kind of just gave up on Avanzarin's follow-up. So you can probably generate like closer to 146 once you include the follow-up from him. And like the stacks you get on his follow-up from getting hit. Right? So it's not that tight. Plus, worst case scenario, you just go to the next Robin turn here. You do one more Robin normal attack, and obviously you're gonna have more than enough energy, right? And you're still before the 350 AV benchmark, right? And here, right, for Avanzarin, since his last ult, you use normal, only 2. So he probably doesn't have ult back. But you know what? He's going to be pretty close. Right? Because he gets another 2 actions before. Yeah, you can... No, he only gets 1 more action. Yeah, so his ult isn't necessarily going to happen every time. But it's not that big of a deal anyways. For Topaz, since her last ult, you've had 1 nummy, 2 nummies, 1 normal, that's the equivalent of 2 normals, 3 normals, 4 normals. That's 80 energy. How much is she again? 140? 130? Her ult might get delayed past this a little bit. But yeah, I really think the right way to play Robin is slow team, fast Robin. I think you can get away with a fast Avanzo in. I don't think it does much. Right? Because even if his speed goes to like 150, right? He's not going to get his second turn before Robin ult. So the speed doesn't do anything for his second turn because he gets advanced forward anyways. Then he gets this earlier. And then his next turn would be, again, after you ult, so you just lose it, right? If you don't want to lose it, you have to build on him basically more speed. Or like 155? Yeah. Like 155 speed. And your shields take such a big hit if that's the amount of speed you're building on him, right? Like, it's such a big difference in terms of shield strength. Right, because you're running speed boots and you have to focus a lot on speed substats. Maybe slot in another support with DDD instead of Onserin. That seems hard to survive then, because you have no sustain. But yeah, like, the main, like, reason why I don't think it's worth to run a faster team. Because, okay, let's take a look at what happens if you go, like, 134 speed on both instead, right? You'd be able, you'd hold Robin ult here. Or maybe you try to speed tune so that Robin goes right after this. And then you'd be able to get 2 turns in the first cycle. And it'd be easier to 0 cycle. But, like, outside of that, I don't think it matters. Minus 4k defense and 140 speed with mediocre relics. You'd have a lot more defense if you weren't running speed boots. You know? Please realize ratio technique. What about ratio technique? Am I forgoing something? What, it's a debuff? Yeah, I know. It feels like any Harmony is better than Topaz? That is very wrong. Let's take a look at the amount of Topaz hits that happen during Robin's ult, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? That's 14 energy for Robin. Also, Topaz gives a buff that's almost as big as a Harmony unit, while also doing a lot of damage herself. Also, Harmony units generally don't actually land hits on enemies, and Robin's personal damage is pretty relevant, right? And Robin's personal damage in her ult scales off of how often you're hitting the enemy during her ult. Right? So these 7 hits are also 7 instances of Robin stuff, which is 120 motion value 7 times. That's a lot of damage. Right? That's 840. 840 motion value with set 350 CV on a character you're building with full attack. That's a big fucking deal, you know? That's a pretty big deal. Anyways. Yeah, plus, that's without looking at the damage she does herself, which is pretty good as well. All of this to say, I highly doubt that a Harmony unit would be better than Topaz on this team. Plus, you're getting 1 more debuff for ratio, which is also a pretty big deal. A Harmony would be better than ratio. Same issue, right? During Robin's ult, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, oops, 5, 6, 7 hits. A Harmony unit would be maybe 1. Plus, Rachel's follow-ups are the main reason why Numby is acting so often. Right, like, Robin is very much a unit that wants you to attack often with follow-up attacks. And all of her buffs are AoE. None of her buffs are only to one unit. Which makes double follow-up attack damage dealers most likely the optimal way of playing her. Now, it's very possible that because this game is not balanced, there's some better stuff using bullshit broken units like Jingliu, right? Like, I'm not saying that's impossible. It's very possible, okay? But like thematically, you definitely want to be running this team with her. We don't have Topaz who could work here. Probably... I don't know, man. I feel like it's doomed if you don't have Topaz. Clara? Clara doesn't really benefit much from getting advanced forward. And her follow-up attacks don't hit very often. So I'm not sure about that. I just don't think Clara has very good synergy with Robin. Okay, yeah. Let's put this back to what it was earlier. Okay. Is it just me or is Ozo going after Topaz? I had him here earlier. I had him at base speed, which was 106, so he was going after. But I realized that it's probably better if he's slightly faster than Topaz, so I just increased his speed a little bit. And at the beginning here, it doesn't matter who's going first, so I just didn't bother moving him. But yeah, this happens here. Whatever. Is this a Geo moment? It basically is, yeah. The follow-up attacks in Star Rail are... Follow-up attacks are the Geo of Star Rail, right? They're meant to work with other follow-up attacks. And unlike Geo and Genshin, they're actually releasing follow-up attack units. So, yeah. Juan doesn't count. Juan isn't a real follow-up attack unit. He gets one follow-up attack per cycle. If that. He's not a real follow-up attacker. But yeah, all this is pretty interesting. I think that, yeah. I think that Robin is gonna be Omega dog shit in teams where you can't really take advantage of like a lot of hits. Maybe not dog shit, but like she's really not gonna be that great. But she's actually gonna be a potentially very sizable upgrade to teams like this one. Like, this is gonna be better than Ron May. I expect it to be a lot better than Ron May. For this team specifically, obviously not in general. Ron May's a lot better overall, but for a team that is like focused around her, I expect her to be better than Ron May. Can she get 2 ults for 0 cycle clears? That seems rough, honestly. Wait a second. Chat, I've just had an idea. Chat, I've just had an idea. And I want you to bear with me, okay? What if you play Tingyun Robin and use Tingyun's ult on Robin? And try to get permanent Robin ult uptime. Buff the buffer? I mean, she does a pretty reasonable amount of personal damage. And getting her ult faster is a pretty big deal, you know? Alright, that's 60 times 124.4. 75 energy. Right? By the time her ult expires, right? Use her E. With Tingyun ult, you get it back. And you get it instantly ult again. Hmm. Does Singing Energy given scale with energy recharge? I think it does. If it doesn't, this probably won't work. Because 60 plus this is 140, but this is assuming Nummy hits and we wouldn't... It doesn't? Wait, really? Aww. That's cringe. Okay, never mind then. The idea is dead. Idea is dead. Hmm. Can you even target Robin during her ult? Doesn't matter. Right? Robin ult expires, you can target her and give her ult back. And then ult again. 88 plus 60 is greater than 140. Yeah, but this is assuming all the energy you get from Numbi hitting the enemies. Tingyun wouldn't hit nearly as often, so you wouldn't get 88, you'd be closer to like 70, and then it wouldn't be enough. What about defense? No, that's not real. What about ratio for Tingyun? You have the same problem. Alright, I'm getting a little bit tired of never gonna give you up. Let's go back to the playlist. How many instances of damage do you need during her ult window? Obviously gonna depend on whether you're using Burning Light Cone or not. If you want a 2-turn ult though, without Burning Light Cone, you need like 20-ish. It's a lot. What does even do special for follow-up attackers? I don't think that sentence works. I assume you want to know why does she specifically work better with follow-up attackers? 2 reasons. Number 1, and the minor reason, she buffs follow-up attack damage, but it's only 10%, so it's not even that big of a deal. The main reason why it matters is that when you're in her ult, anytime one of your allies attacks, she deals additional physical damage based on her attack. With set crit rate and crit damage, which means you don't have to build crit rate and crit damage on her. You can still build full attack to maximize your attack buff and still deal a decent amount of damage with this. But follow-up attacks are separate attacks than like the attack that triggered them, so you'll be able to proc it on the initial hit and the follow-up attack. On top of that, anytime an ally's attack an enemy, she generates 2 energy, and that also works on follow-up attacks. So her energy requirements are a lot lower, or rather, she can ult a lot more often with with follow-up attackers than without them. How many turn ults with free-to-play light cones? If you're doing a fully follow-up attack team with the good follow-up attack 5 stars, as long as you use your skill twice on her and you just don't bother normal attacking at all, you should be able to 2-turn ult still. Otherwise, it's going to be 3-turn ult. Wonder if Acheron ult counts as 1 action or more for Robin passive. That's a good question. Does Star Rail have an issue with power creep? Yes, that is not surprising or new at all. What the fuck is that? I'm not adding that. But yeah, obviously the biggest downside of this team is going to be that it is basically exclusively single target. And we still don't have actual single target content. So while it is going to be a very strong single target team, so strong that it's likely still going to be pretty good in blast content, it's not going to be like game-breakingly strong. What's Sam weak to again? Any knowers? Imaginary Quantum Lightning? What boss is weak to Imaginary and Fire? Kafka? Meme? Oh, I see. I guess that makes sense, huh? That's funny. Meme can kidnap her and then no ult? But Meme doesn't act. Like, Meme doesn't kidnap on the first turn, does it? It's second turn, no? Right? And you're using Robin's ult. How much speed does it have? 190. So I guess it would act before Robin. Oh. Well, that's why you go Von Whack. If you go Von Whack, you get your energy here at 97 before its second action. And with all of this shit that you're doing within 0 AV just after using Robin's ult, I think there is zero way that this team does not break the meme's weakness. I think that is just not going to happen. I think that is impossible. And that's if you don't just straight up kill it. Meme is second wave. Oh shit, you're right. Uh-oh. Oh, it's fine. Just have your ult up for the second wave. You can do that, right? Why is there a version of the meme that has 406 speed? What is this all about? Is this like Zim Universe or some shit? Like what's that all about? Event? Might be event, yeah. Anyways. If I have Amatsurin and Topaz, how worth is Robin for my account? I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because keep in mind, I am not a well-versed Star Rail theory crafter. You should wait until people have actually done calcs. But I would expect her to be pretty good for your account. Right, like, keep in mind, I can take a look at how often you're gonna act and all that shit, but ain't no fucking way I'm actually doing a DPA or DPC, whatever, Calc for Star Rail teams. I don't have that in me. I just don't.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
No. PvP with Jason about Arlecchino changes? Why would I PvP? What? Does he not think they're buffs or something? Like what? For content? But I don't disagree with. I mean, I don't think I disagree with him. So what is there to PvP about? Alright, Arlecchino change is pretty straightforward. Yep. It's a nice little buff. Enough to be relevant. Not so much that it feels like an overcompensation. He calced her to be a vape carry? I mean, that is going to be one of her teams, indeed. The changes have pretty significantly increased how front-loaded her damage is, which makes shorter buffs a bit more valuable. Right, which means that VV Vape is pretty likely to perform really well if you're doing Hyrule Scroll setups. Jason said you don't need to burst every turn. I assume you mean every rotation. You know why? You don't need to burst every rotation because the main thing that the burst does is it heals you. And it refreshes your E cooldown, which makes you generate more particles, which is only useful so you can burst again, right? And yeah, with buffs to her normal attacks, it makes her burst a little bit less worthwhile to use, because now the rest of her kit does more damage. I said this when I saw the burst animation for the first time. That's a pretty long animation. It might be a DPS loss to use it. And they're buffing her damage when she's not ulting, and they're not buffing the ult damage, so it's just pushing that into it a little bit more. But yeah, I wonder if Farina's gonna be enough Hydro for her. I doubt it. I feel like the closest thing you'll get to being able to test it, I guess I can't do that here, huh? Is like, do a charge attack on Hu Tao and then spam normal attacks. Will Xingqiu be enough Hydro? More than enough, yes. Elon should also be enough. Farina might not be enough. We'll have to see.
I have a... Strike.
time it lined up. Let's see if it consistently lines up well enough.
Solidify.
Hu Tao's power application is a little bit slower than Arlecchino's, because Arlecchino's optimal combo is likely to be N4D. Okay, so we lost evade there, but we pretty immediately got it back. Should be fine, hopefully. I'm praging it'll be fine. Do you even want to slot in Farina with her? You can. It will make you squishier, though. I think the baseline thing you're gonna do is probably something like this.
All right, let's head off.
Give her 5, so I don't have to cringe too much. Give him 5, so I don't have to cringe too much.
Gotcha.
The main, like, potential issue is that your setups might... No, actually, your setup should be fine. Right? You just do something like this.
Everybody stick. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
Oops. Yeah, okay, we don't talk about that.
Gotcha.
Setup like this should work. Right, like you start with her E.
Teamwork is tricky.
That was not it.
Let's light it up.
One with nature.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
You have to do Yulon QE, not EQ, otherwise your Hydro aura is too big.
Adventure time. I'm going in. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
The wind knows
Did I just...
Gotcha.
Did I just not get the Pyro? On a Kazuha hold E? Jesus Christ. The timing to not get Hydro on a Kazuha hold E is so tight. It's actually kind of insane that just happened. Or maybe I just got hit and got crystallized. I fucked it up.
into the wind.
Maybe that's not it. Maybe. Maybe you lose so much uptime from Elon Burst. Maybe the right setup is something like this.
Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in.
The wind knows
by fucking whatever. Maybe that's it. Why Bennett ult or pretending like Hu Tao is Arlecchino. This is obviously this is not. Yeah.
Game's up. Fun's over. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Like, I feel like if you're gonna be talking about something we're doing wrong, the first issue you should notice is not the Bennett burst, but rather the Hu Tao normal attack. You know, one of these things is not like the other. One of the upsides of not ulting is that assuming that the E still doesn't clear bond, which I don't think it does. Right? It means if the enemies are surviving your first rotation, right? You're gonna finish with some bond left. So you'll be able to start with more on the next one. Now, is that what they mean when they say that the cap is 145? And is it going to get capped at 145? Or is it 145 per skill and it'll go up to 170? Not sure yet. We'll have to wait until we have footage, which should happen later today or tomorrow. Right? Sheet 17, yeah, I know, it's a problem. My Excel's been telling me that it needs to update every time I open a new thing for the past, like, week. But I'm too lazy to save any of my sheets, so... yeah. The computer's gonna explode? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I should do something about that, huh? Well, it is what it is. So, but yeah, overall, like, if you can actually, on the second rotation, get more bond, it makes her an actual scaling character. Like, if you don't kill the enemy on the first rotation, you'll do a lot more damage on your second one. Which is kind of cool, I will say. I seen the J-Stern calcs says Bennett, Kazuha, Yelan, Arlecchino might be the strongest vape team. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I haven't seen the calcs, but it makes sense. I'm not a fan of running Yelan over Singto because one, it makes you lose the option of staying on her for a little bit longer if the enemies are almost dead. Because Yelan burst just doesn't last as long. But also, two, and more importantly, I'm not very positive on Arlecchino teams that don't have any form of defensive utility. I think that's a little optimistic. Isn't Singto Kazuha hard to do VV setups for Pyro? It can be. But it's generally only hard to do the setups with Singto Kazuha against small enemies. And against small enemies, you can pretty easily apply Hydro to one enemy, but not to the others. And therefore still get your Pyro Swirl without having to rely on like not getting another hydro app. Let me show you what I mean.
Chivalry will. Rain outlines your fate.
Wind strike.
I guess you. Right, against a big enemy that doesn't get pulled in by Kazuha,
Everybody stand back.
you just go back a little bit, and it's pretty easy.
Let's light it up.
Right? And against smaller enemies, it's hard to show because these guys are very cringe. Let me just, instead of having Hu Tao in the team, have Nevilette so I can one-shot the Dendro Shield. Yeah. Okay. Right, so you start with no aura. You just do this. And as you can see, we have Hydro on one and Pyro on the others. So this gets us a double swirl.
Rain outlines your fate.
Right? Like, you have a way to work around it. It is a little bit more difficult and sometimes a little bit less consistent. Mainly when you're in single target against enemies that get pulled in by Kazuha's E. But it's generally possible to work around it. Also, your damage falls off a cliff if you have to ult to heal because you're about to die in the middle of your rotation. Because you just finish your rotation. It's over. You know?
Follow the wind.
How's it feel time for Arlecchino and VV Vape? Aren't the buffs too short for her? The recent changes that have significantly increased her starting bond, but reduced the bond scaling, as well as increased the bond consumption on normal attacks, have made it so that her damage is a lot more front-loaded than it used to be. Right? If we look at the damage that you do in your first 4 attacks, right, it used to be 20%, or wait, what? Yeah, it used to be 40%.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
I guess it's not that much more front-loaded, huh? Maybe I'm cornge. I guess it is more than that because it's divided by this. Yeah. It's like it's a bit of a bigger difference, but it's not even that big of a difference, I guess.
There are leaves around.
Alright, it's like
And I know just the
4%
tune
more of her damage.
if you wish to hear it.
But also just if you look at the total amount, right, on your first 4 attacks. Alright, you can see that the increase is pretty significant, right? About a 30% damage increase. And so obviously buffs that are shorter, especially early on in the rotation, are going to be more valuable.
Taking a stroll in the middle of a downpour certainly rouses the spirit.
Because you also have to keep in mind, right? If you're doing longer uptime on her, that generally means longer rotations. And longer rotations means that you're spending a larger percentage at lower bond of life versus higher bond of life, right? So you have an incentive to do slightly shorter rotations. I mean, I guess I can ask Jason what he thinks. Longer rotation means Bennett ulting twice or Chevreur's teams, right? I think Bennett ulting twice is a little cope. But Chevreur's teams, yeah. Yeah. Chevreur's teams, yeah. But yeah, one of the reasons why Elon is actually going to perform a decent amount better than Saint So if you're actually trying to speedrun and like resetting when you get staggered and all that shit, right? Is that with Yelan, Arlecchino, right? If you do Arlecchino, Bennett, Yelan, or Kazuha Yelan, your longest cooldown is 18 seconds. Whereas if you're using Sing So, your longest cooldown is 21 seconds. And I think that it's very possible to do rotations where or you are actually doing 18-second rotations, right? And you're actually doing tie rotations. I think that's very possible. And that's obviously going to mean a lot more DPS, because if you're doing an 18-second rotations instead of a 21-second rotations, that's 15% shorter. Which, as it turns out, when DPS is a fucking division of damage divided by time, if you're doing the same damage in 15% less time, that's basically 15% more DPS. And I am aware that 15% less and 15% more aren't actually equivalent, but just I don't want to bother saying fucking 17 and 14. Like, you know what I mean, okay? What do you think Arlecchino's best in slot artifact set will be? Her new artifact set is going to be very good. Like, her new artifact set is so good that it's almost as good as Maréchal say in Farina teams. Right? Let me see if I still have the sheet where I had her stats up somewhere. I probably do. Yeah, I do. Right? So this is, I believe, with her signature, 1854. Yep.
Is due to receive a batch of new releases today. Might we add a small detour to our adventure?
Right, in a Farina team, Marie-Jose is like 4% ahead. And that's assuming you're not overstacking, which is a very real possibility. But her artifact set works in every team, and she doesn't have the greatest synergy with Farina.
Body and mind.
Will you have enough HP to keep the Marie-Jose Hunter stacks up? If you don't get hit, yeah. You're gonna have to not get hit, though. Which, yeah, could be an issue. Do you see her set becoming best in slot for other characters? Maybe if other characters are designed with Bond of Life in mind. But right now, our only way to obtain Bond of Life, outside of Arlecchino's kit herself, is the Fontaine craftable weapons. And the Fontaine craftable weapons are good because they get an effect when your Bond of Life is removed, not when your Bond of Life is active. So I doubt that her signature set would actually be all that good on them. Like, because it only lasts for 6 seconds. You could get 1 stack from getting it, and then another stack from removing it. You get 2 stacks. It's not even that much damage. And with bad uptime on it. I'm... Yeah, no. And this might be really cult, but how much better is your signature artifact set compared to Glad? It's about 10%. If you have a good Glad set, you can definitely use that when she gets released. But it's probably worth it if you actually want to main her to farm for her signature set once it's out. Keep in mind, right, 10% is like 4 to 5 substats better. And each substat that you're trying to get is exponentially more difficult to get and is going to take exponentially more time. Which means that unless you have a Glad set that is actually like fucking 50 CV on every piece with attack and or EM, it's relatively likely that it's not actually going to take you much more than something like a month for her signature set with slightly worse stats to be better than your current best Glad set, right? If you don't want to spend a month farming her domain, then yeah, sure, you can just use her on Glad. But if that's something you think is reasonable, then... yeah. What's the second artifact in that domain? It's not gray right now. It's basically a burning set. When enemies are burning, you deal more damage. Not just when enemies are burning, when you trigger the burning reaction. Sorry. When the burning reaction is triggered whatsoever, at least once every 6 seconds. So basically, almost any team that runs a Pyro and Dendro unit, you get 18% attack and 50% damage. Which is a lot, but there's not currently that many teams that do that. The few teams that do that are either not the greatest, like Gun You Melt, or don't really care that much about those specific stats, like Toma Burgeon teams, or Nevillet teams where he can't use the attack and already has Maréchaussée. Yeah, it's gonna be good for Bain-Marie, but then again, Maréchaussée exists, so Risley specifically doesn't need something like this. But it is very possible that we get teams in the future that synergize with it quite well. Anyways, let's go do one more ley line. I'll book Kutsing back on her TF set. Oh, I'm not on Kutsing. I'm on Hu Tao. Whatever, that's fine. I can do Hu Tao. didn't get the Hydro Swirl, but who cares? Wow. Can we get 5? Yeah, we did get 5. Pog.
Adventure time.
What's wrong with Ganyu Mel? I mean, it's not bad, it's just not a great team. Get the teapot stuff too? Okay. I will.
This road.
Oh yeah, Paimon shop reset. I forgot about that. Yeah, I can get these, honestly. I usually don't get them, but I actually kind of need them now, so...
If you ever...
Do I buy these? See, it's always such a difficult question of whether or not I buy the Acquainted Fates. Because I know, right? If I buy the Acquainted Fates, then that means that eventually I'm not going to have enough Stardust to buy Intertwined Fates. But I guess I am getting Arlecchino.
Let's go find some treasure.
So I'm going to refill on Stardust a little bit. Okay. 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 Are you on like 70 pity? Yeah, but if Shava's on her banner, I'll wish until I get her.
Adventure time.
And if I get C1 Arlecchino on the way, so be it. Honestly, I might try to go for C1 Showers even. I don't think I'll try to go for C6, because that's just too many. I don't want to get C2 Arlecchino. I'm good. Maybe if I get fucking 3 Showers in my first temple, then I'll consider it, but... What does her C1 do? Generates energy to whoever active character who's triggering overload. It's alright. Kinda nice to have. Isn't Showers with Chlorine? We don't know yet. Maybe. I'd be happy if that's the case, because I'm really close to pity and I'm not on 50-50. So I'm gonna get Arlecchino in like 1 temple, basically. And I don't particularly want to get her cons, so if I could, you know, try to get Shovlers on the way for a different 5-star character, then I'd be pretty happy with that. Jay's turn talk? I don't think he's seen my DM.
Adventure time.
Okay, he's business. What now? He's playing and wait,
Good
why?
things come to those who don't wait around. That's what
Is he
they
doing
say
that for
anyway.
April Fools or something?
On my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Just going awfully? Yeah, I can.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Oh. Oh. Or not.
Hmm.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
Yo, what's
Hello?
up? How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I am alright. How's the
Are you,
volume, chat?
are you
No
enjoying
one's
your
joined me on
130
an
bond
adventure in
start?
ages. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice little buff. Nice little front,
Go.
pretty big front-loaded buff.
It's
Which
not
is-
a little. It's not a little.
I mean, it's like 14% across, like motion value across her whole rotation, and it's like 30% in her first N4.
So you were talking about bond stacking.
Mhm.
Starting with 130 with the current numbers is the equivalent of starting with 110 last week.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you are always stacked. And if you never burst, you can get additional bond on top of that.
Yeah, I wonder if you actually can get over the 145, or if it's gonna cap you at 145. I hope that's how it works.
It's 145 per e-skill cast.
Yeah, again, I hope that's how it works.
That's how it works.
Yes, you are indeed the expert on a beta version that's not even out yet. Her
Okay.
volume is low. Okay, wait, let me turn you up a little.
Sorry. My microphone's been weird.
Oh.
I think Arlecchino looks really good now. She got a really solid damage buff. It is a shame that she's back to just being a slave to the circle.
Yep.
That I'm not super happy about.
Yeah.
But the damage is there now.
Yeah, it's like I said, right? It's a pretty sizable front-loaded buff, so it just pushes her more into that direction again.
Yep.
Where
It's a lot of
rotation,
the.
Saj.
It's a lot of the same stuff. She doesn't need ER at all though. Her burst is
Yeah.
arguably not worth using,
We go.
unless you just want the heal.
Yeah. Although if you're running a team with no defensive utility at all, it's likely that you're gonna want to heal.
Yeah, you're gonna need it.
But
Her
yeah, like
defensive
with the energy you're generating from her, I mean, for her double E, if you are using burst, the ER requirements are pretty trivial now.
Adventure time.
Which is nice.
We go.
Well, it's 130 if you do want to use a burst every rotation. About. You're not really gonna
what are your
cram Bennett
assumptions on
kills
that?
down her
What team?
throat.
What?
Yelan, Kazuha, Bennett with like 1 It's like 120, 130.
What? How long are your rotations? 1 Yolani or 2?
It's two. That's if you use 2Es.
Okay, so 20-second rotation.
What? You can't use two.
Benny's
Like 21.
Yeah,
Like
21-ish. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
22, something like that.
Yeah. I don't know if that's worth it.
It's not. I can tell you it's not.
What do you mean?
adventure time.
You just burst every other rotation.
No,
but
I mean,
again,
I
her
don't
burst
know
is.
if 2 E's on Yelan is worth it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about 2Es on Arlecchino.
No.
No, 2Es on Yelan is not worth it. If you can brute force the ER, you would brute force it.
Mm-hmm.
It is difficult to do, but you have the option to do 2Es on Yelan though, so that's cool.
Yeah. You can basically decide either you If you can get enough ER to just do 1 E rotations, you're gonna try to do 18-second rotations. And if not, you're gonna do like 21, 22. Although it's gonna be rough because you're gonna have to waste some Bennett up time on Yulan's E. Which is sad.
You're not really worried about that. Not
What do you mean?
on an 18-second rotation. You're not worried about that.
Yeah, not on the 18-second rotation, but if you're doing a double E rotation.
You kind of have to either way. Unless you want to rely on the double hydro up.
What do you mean?
Or are you doing burst hydro absorb for Kazuha?
No.
Because those are the 2 ways you can do it.
Wait, what are you talking about? I'm confused.
Hang on, I can demonstrate.
Wait, I don't have your screen open.
Oh, let me hang on. I'm about to start sharing. Okay. Ready?
Yeah, give me a second. Can I show this screen to my screen?
Yeah.
To my stream. Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Okay.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay, so these are the 2 ways you're gonna swirl pyro. So there's one.
I don't love that. I think you're better off doing the Yulan E before the Kazuha and do hold E on Kazuha instead.
You don't apply hydro. You can't.
What do you mean?
All will be revealed in the
My Yelan is C2, so it's gonna be a little bit difficult to demonstrate, but I can try. You're leaving a pyro aura on the target, Zajef.
No, you're not. Yulan's E removes Pyro and...
Here.
No, not like that. What? That's not...
Yes, Yelan Z removes it.
Wait, let me show
Surely.
you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean. Wait, let me share my screen. God, my Discord is so slow. Holy fuck. Okay, let me know if you can see.
body and mind.
Let me see. Yes, I can see.
Okay.
Who's our target this time?
God, I'm lagging.
Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in.
I'm like this.
Gotcha.
Nice pyro aura.
Yeah, shut up.
You've kind of proven the point. You've kind of.
Quietly now.
You also didn't swirl, or you did swirl hydro, but you had to use a whole day, which is more time loss.
I mean...
You want to try the other way?
No, it's just...
Give it a try. Gonna burst, and then you wait 1 second on.
There you go. No, I mean... I got crystallized. I don't want to talk about it.
The other option, if you want to pull up my screen.
No, I lost the aura because I let the fucking Bennett infused auto go through. It doesn't go through if... Or... You don't lose the aura if you don't do that.
Here's the other option.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like these at all. It's so it's ping dependent and like ugh.
Yeah.
Getting
But that
Pyro
is the other
Swirls
option.
through Hydro infused Kazuha bursts is just like it's doable, but it's not something I like to recommend.
Yeah. Those are your 2 options. It's either the don't burst or hydro's over. But yeah, either way, you're spending that Bennett uptime, especially if you're doing a holdie on Kazuha. You're actually spending more Bennett uptime.
Busted.
Yeah. Oh wait.
the solution is to just do what I'm recommending.
Yeah. I wonder if Sackbow would be good in this team.
If you really need the energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you have to. Man.
Things are about to get dicey. Going in! Into the wind. Gotcha.
Wait, that's what I wanted to do. Am I an idiot? Is that what you were doing?
Basically. I'm doing it in a way that you can use Cosmos Tappy. You don't have to use this whole day.
Yeah, I think that's fake. Like, you can do it, but
It's absolute consistent.
it's not though, because the timing depends on your ping. Depending on your ping, sometimes you'll swap into Kazuha at the wrong moment from, like, for the Bennett self pyro app, and you're not gonna get it. If you hold E, you're delaying enough that you always get it, and it generates more energy, so it's not like
It
that
generates
big of a downside. Like, yeah, you can tap E, it's just less consistent.
Okay.
Like, it's effectively the same thing, but hold E is just more consistent.
Bennett's ticks are also delayed by ping. I believe the same way that your swaps are.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I believe?
Is that for the Pyro app? Or for the healing?
That's for the healing. I'm not sure about the Pyro app.
When you look at damage, damage is delayed by ping, but elemental application from that damage is not delayed by ping. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's the same thing for healing.
Not sure. Ping does a lot of stuff. Ping does a lot.
Yeah. Ping DC indeed. I'm wondering if you do the like Yulon Q into Kazuha QE, whatever, right?
Yep.
And then you try to get your Hydro Swirl here.
You get your Hydro Swirl on the burst episode.
Sure, you can do that, but for now, let's talk about no.
I thought you were talking about the burst absorb.
No, for me, Kazuha Hydro Burst Absorb is not something I'm considering.
Okay, so you're talking about this one.
Yeah,
that one.
Wait, can you do it again?
Yes.
I want to see how you do it.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
A little short DR.
I see.
You are letting the Hydro tick down from the time. So when Kazuha does the swirl,
doesn't that setup get fucked by a single proc from Arlecchino's thing?
All right.
Arlecchino's Blood Debt?
One more day off, and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Is that gonna work with her?
It's an excellent question. Her Blood Debt ticks once, and it's on a 5-second timer.
Yeah.
That is probably led by hit lag, but we're not doing anything with hit lag right now.
I feel like it would.
Just
like,
opening the Yelon cast is going to get fucked by that, because you aren't applying Hydro twice.
Yeah.
You'd have to do something different.
Yeah, the setups I'm looking at always swirl off 1U Hydro, not 0.5U. So they would work even if it procs at a bad time.
Yeah.
Which is part of why I like them, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that taking needing the setup rescale ahead of time sucks.
Yeah. Because I use her E, then you use Yulon's burst, and then her E's gonna proc after Yulon burst always. I feel like it's pretty likely it procs somewhere between Yulon burst and Kazuha E, and if it does, your setup gets fucked.
Not necessarily. Here's on one yo. Yeah,
Right,
never
sorry.
mind. You have to do a hold D.
Yeah, you have to do hold E. Because if it's 1U, tap E doesn't remove it. It's only if it's 0.5.
Well, actually, Bennett... C6 Bennett can reduce that aura.
True! Just don't auto.
If you let the auto hit.
Just don't let it hit. True.
You'd have... No, you have to let the auto hit.
What do you mean?
C6 Bennett, you're applying the pyro
Yeah, but you don't
from
want
the
to.
auto attack, the N1.
I guess if you want to do tap E, sure.
Yeah,
can
you
that.
do want to. Yeah. Kind of sucks, though. And again, I really want to have C6 Bennett. You get 20 hits now, by the way, which is really nice on arlecchino.
20 hits.
I don't know if you noticed that.
What do you mean?
You can greed for 20 hits from her bond stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it, though.
It's not.
Like,
but...
it's worth it if the enemy's about to die and you can kill them off, but otherwise, you can just keep that bond to increase your next rotation's damage instead.
The bond cuts off at 30 anyway, so you always get bonds stored.
Yeah, but like, instead of
yeah.
going from like 45 to 30, you just stay at 45, you start your next rotation earlier, and it deals more damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice that it's a thing you can do now. That's true. What do you think of the other teams outside of Vape?
Oh, they kind of just all got worse compared to last week, but before they're better than before. Overload stuff is fine. I think Vape is significantly better now.
Compared to last week, are you assuming?
Yes, before they fixed it.
Because that was never like that has literally never been there, right? So like,
it
I feel
was.
Like
they hotfixed it. They hotfixed it away the next day.
Really?
Technically. Yeah.
I did not hear or see anything about that.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The overload stuff, it's still good. Because Vape doesn't need to burst anymore and doesn't care about ER. Vape does a lot more damage than overload.
Yeah.
They just completely stripped away any unique identity. She is on-field Vape DPS number 6.
Hog.
With Bennett Circle. But she theoretically does the most damage of any of them, so that's cool. In the specific
as long as you don't get hit with no defensive utility, no resistance to interruption, and you can't heal. That's great.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, it's the right balance, right? That's how it should be.
And you don't mind taking the 1 second at the start of the chamber to use a reskill. Unless you pull C2. Which, yeah. I'm a little bummed. They kind of took away what was interesting about her.
Yeah, I get that.
Now the complexity or uniqueness to her gameplay is going to be just that she cannot be healed.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like if you're looking at it with the assumption that the thing was fixed, yeah, this kid is both worse and less interesting. I agree.
Yep. The damage buff is cool. Yeah. There's not much else I can really say. She's either gonna one rotate content or you're gonna die.
I don't know.
That's an extreme way to put it.
Yeah, that is a very extreme way to put it. Plus, she's stronger on the second rotation if you manage not to get hit. So it actually rewards skill, right? Because you don't have a way to heal. Yeah. And if you manage to not get hit and to not have to use your ult, then your next rotation deals more damage. Which is nice, right? Like, that is an aspect that wasn't really there.
It's not that much more. Just because of how fast the bond reduces.
I mean, it's
a little bit.
Wait, let me...
It should be like, what, 5%? From starting with 30 extra bond?
Let me...
Starting with 160, yeah. Well, 20% or 18% extra bond at 15 hits.
18%? Right?
24 actually. If you cut off at 40 bond, your average goes up by 24 across 15 hits.
Yeah, that's a.
Which
I have.
is how much damage?
It's basically
like 12?
as much of a buff as the buff that she got from this thing. Like it's about a 15% damage increase.
Let me double check that.
Alright, I'm looking at 3 and 4s. You finished with
I am
43%.
as well.
Next rotation starts at 173. It's actually more than that because this is assuming you skill and burst.
Yeah, it's about 10-12%. If you get to second rotation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that is a cool, neat little thing that is new. But yeah, it is kind of sad that they removed the other cool things.
Yeah, I really like Chevro's.
How is your? Oh wait, never mind.
This might not be. No, this is 3 and 4s. Yeah, you technically will. You theoretically can fit an extra and 4 in the time slot. I just don't know if you would. I think she looks really good though.
Yeah, like the extra N4, it's not something you want to do. Like it's gonna
Depends
be
on how
less
much time you have.
It's gonna be less DPS because it's gonna extend your rotations. 3 and 4 should be basically it for a tight rotation. But if it finishes off a wave or something like that, like you have the flexibility to do it, which is nice.
You could also stretch your rotation to do the 2 Yelenies.
That is true, yeah.
Fit for 20-second rotation? Or 21, because 10.5 second cooldown.
Unless you have heal on C1.
Yeah.
True. C1 is a 0.5 second cooldown reduction on her E, which is really funny.
Yeah, because her cooldown starts after the first one. Because your cooldown starts after it hits.
It doesn't matter because effectively, if it's at 19.5 on your next rotation, you use it, and the 0.5 seconds of the duration makes it so that the next one is up anyways.
You know.
Like, it's 0.5, but only on the first one, and like it still lets you do 20-second rotations, basically.
Yeah. It kind of really doesn't matter. But yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna be she's still gonna be good in teams other than Vape.
Yeah. Such as
any team, right? You can play her in Monoparo, you can play her in Overlord, you can play her in.
You mean any team in a Bennett circle?
Yeah.
You mean any team?
Yeah, exactly.
There's a difference.
You can play her without the Bennett circle too, right? Like you can play her with Chevrolet without Bennett.
I tried. We ended up with a 31-second rotation.
That does not seem ideal.
Still worse than Bennett.
Yeah, it's gonna be worse than Bennett, but it's still something you can do. And you definitely don't want to do a 31-second rotation. Something's wrong there.
That's how you have to get her E-skill to reset.
What?
That's what it takes to get her E-skill to reset if you use her burst for an E-skill reset.
Yeah, just don't use your burst.
To try to do the split rotation stuff.
Yeah, just don't use your burst. True.
Yeah, then you're doing 18-second rotations.
20 because you're using beta most likely. Again, fucking fake as fuck to play without a defensive utility option. Official.
Yeah, you can play with beta.
Yeah, like
if you play with beta,
official EI is fake. It's so fake.
Okay, sure. Official beta, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
You get to do 4 and 4s on Arlecchino. With Chevrolet. It's okay. It's. We'll sit.
Like it's not gonna
So
be
you lose a lot of
great.
you lose a lot of her damage not having the circle.
You do.
It's a bit of a shame.
It is. But Beto's damage is a lot better in AoE than Arlecchino's. Like, not it does, but like it consolidates itself a lot better in AoE. Because her AoE is not very large.
Yeah. Be careful with overload if you're gonna talk about AoE.
Yeah, I know. It's
Your Beto enemies are not staying together. That
Yeah.
is single target Beto across 5 dudes. Or across 2 dudes.
Although, because you're not reliant on doing specific normal attack combos, especially with the buffs to the part of your damage that's one of life. You can kind of use your dashes to like always try to stay on the outside of the cluster so that you knock enemies inwards instead of outwards.
Yeah, she's always been that way. Her normal attacks are pretty uniform. Doesn't really matter which ones you use.
Yeah, exactly. So like that is going to be a problem, but you can alleviate it through gameplay a little bit.
Yeah, you can absolutely try to work with it. Beta will be not bad. I think I'm leaning more towards the Bennett Circle stuff anyway, just because.
Yeah, again,
if
I
you
agree
are
that
hitting
she's
multiple,
gonna
she
be better
has.
with Bennett. It's just
She has true AOE, meaning you can actually hit multiple enemies and do even damage.
Okay, so I didn't hear the start of your sentence. What'd you say?
She has like actual true AOE if you are hitting multiple enemies.
Yeah.
Like a cluster of 4 or 5, which is where Beta starts to fall off again. But that isn't really a situation that exists.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can also see maybe some overvape stuff being alright.
It is if you don't want to play Kazuha or Sucrose. You use Yelan or Xingqiu with official Bennett.
Yeah. Right, because you're...
That's the backup option.
Gonna be a little bit more Cornge friendly.
I don't know if it's gonna be. I do think Chevers is a bit more like of a failsafe, especially if Chevers is on her banner. Even at C0, Chevers seems to be very competitive with Xingqiu for vaping.
Wait, is it confirmed that Chevrolet's on her banner?
No, I'm assuming. I'm hoping.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping she's not. Just for me, because I'm selfish. Because I'm not on 50-50 and I'm at like 70 pity. So I'm gonna get her like a 10-pull. I'm hoping she's on a different banner that I can actually go for.
I'm hoping that Chlorine is the Eula support.
Oh god. Is that why you were playing her today?
No, I was playing her today because we were talking about overrated and underrated units. And I was like, Beto is not Beto, Eula is overhated. She's bad, but she's not that bad.
Yeah,
right?
That's fair, I guess.
She might be one of the worst DPS characters, but that doesn't make her ungodly terrible.
No, like you can clear with her, it's just not fun.
No, you kind of can't, but it's not fun. It's very difficult. It's very difficult.
You can honestly, it's not even that hard. You just play Bennett, C6, Xianyun, and Farina.
That wasn't really what I was talking about.
I know.
Have you awakened to Geoplunge comps?
What do you mean? Like Navia?
Navia Plunge and Ito Plunge?
Ito Plunge, I'm not a believer. Navia, I think it's fine, yeah.
Why not Ito Plunge? Ito has the Zhao and Gaming C6 hitbox on his plunge when he's in his burst.
Does he? Wait, I didn't actually know that.
Yes, he does.
Wait, I did not know that. Okay, you know what? Maybe you're onto something. For AoE situations, I did not know that. What?
At least I haven't checked. So one of my chatters told me. Let me double check. But I would believe it. That's something they would copy paste.
I feel like, just in terms of damage, I would struggle to justify her over... But I guess he doesn't have the greatest supports. But like, it's probably not even that much of a loss.
Yeah, his Geoplunge is radius 6 meters.
Damn, that's a lot. Okay, you've convinced me. Yeah, for Navia, I was already like, yeah, it's one of her options. Just gives you something to do during the downtime. Because her normals are like, blech.
Wait, Navi's normal attacks?
Yeah. They're fine,
they're like 35% of her damage. Plunging is better, but...
Yeah, no, I just
attacks
mean,
are
like,
not bad.
Obviously you're gonna use them, but they're not the greatest, like, wow poggers. I'm very happy to be using my normal attacks. They're alright.
They're necessary. There's not much else you can do.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying, right? Like, because her normal attacks are kind of whatever, having Shenyan will make her uptime a lot better. Like, make her field time a lot stronger.
Actually, even without Shenyan, if you're fighting the field generator on Current Abyss,
Yeah,
you
that's
should
true.
actually
Obviously,
plunge.
if you don't have to pay anything for the plunges, that's even better.
You also apply more Geo when you by plunging, which is really funny.
True!
It has no ICD.
Hell yeah. You can
4
crystallize
crystals.
with no ICD.
Yeah. Well, it's still the global ICD, but it doesn't matter. You're getting 4 crystallizes per E-skill instead of 3.
Very pog.
Very pog. But yeah, I guess Arlecchino, what do you like the change?
I mean, again, right, I'm looking at it with no knowledge of the old ever being fixed, right?
Right.
And I'm evaluating based on the previous version I was aware of, which is with the old with the old clearing mod of life, right? And
Yes,
with
the old
that in
clear
mind,
fine.
I like the changes, because
Okay.
but obviously if I'm looking at it compared to if they did end up fixing that, then I would agree that, I mean,
They never
think-
fixed it. It was a mistake that they implemented in the first place, and they hot fixed it out. And we all thought it was a mistake that they hot fixed it. At least I thought it was a mistake that they hot fixed it.
Wait, what are you talking about? I'm confused.
The burst used to not collect her E-skill marks at the start of last week, and they implemented a hot fix to make it do that.
To make it collect her E-skill mark?
Yes.
As in...
If you have an E-skill mark on the enemy and burst, it will collect the mark and clear the bond and reset her E-skill cooldown.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That was the change, yeah.
Yes, that was the change.
Yeah, okay.
That'd get rid of all your bond. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if it didn't get rid of the bond, which is what you were assuming, right?
It was that it didn't get rid of the E-skill mark, which it didn't until it did.
Yeah, that was earlier versions, though, no?
No, that was the start of last week.
Hmm.
Before Tuesday.
I see.
But it really doesn't matter because apparently it was unintended. And they fixed it.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, like, compared to how she was, I guess, post-hotfix, like, I like the changes.
Yeah, post-hotfix. Yeah. She's better now.
Yeah, she's better. But, like, if they did the initial changes, or, like, the ones where the old behaved the same way but didn't clear the bond, right? Which is what you were looking at for a while, right?
Yes. Well,
I think that she would have been a bit too strong in a way that, like, I wouldn't have been all that comfortable with.
she's literally better now.
She's not.
Sure. The overload teams are significantly worse. Not significantly worse, but they're just not as good as they
Like,
could be.
you could have
Especially
started
not
with
the
140 and your scaling was better. How is that not better?
You would have started with 110.
Are you assuming you don't let it cook? I guess?
Yeah, I'm assuming you don't have a
Okay.
5-second staring contest with the enemy. Twice.
I mean, it was still better, no?
No. Especially since it took time to do that. The vape stuff was a lot worse last week. Even assuming it could stack.
With the 297.5?
Wanna come over for
Yeah. It takes time to use a reskill twice. And burst every you need ER to burst every
It's
rotation.
like 2
The
more
vape stuff was a lot
seconds.
worse. Yeah, it's like 2 more seconds. That's 2 more
guess.
seconds of you not doing normal attack.
Eh.
And you have to burst and you have to build like 130 ER, 120 ER. That's a lot of loss.
120 ER isn't a lot.
130 is.
Sure. Play one more fav.
Probably 3 Favs. Fav Bennett,
Hmm.
Fav Lucchino.
True. But yeah, like overall, she still would have been stronger because she would have had other teams where she would be a lot stronger, right?
She would have had the overload stuff.
Yeah. And like, I'm not a huge fan of a character's best team by a relatively large margin being a Chevaleur's team where it's significantly worse if you don't have her C6, right? Like
I mean, you can levy the exact same complaints. Vape teams, the difference between Yell and a Jingcho, especially if you're trying to do an 18-second rotation, is 30%.
Yeah, but you don't have the defensive utilities. Like there's still
Such as 30%.
yeah. But
You can levy the. It's kind of the exact same complaints. But that being said, I think Chevrolet's was cool. I don't think Chevrolet's teams are bad now. I think they're still very good.
yeah, like they're still gonna be good. It's just I don't know. If it's because it's so cringe to get a non-old 4-star to C6, right?
It's a lot to C6, yes, but Chevrolet's works perfectly fine at C0.
Yeah, but it's just I'm not a fan of if a character's best team is Chevaleur's by a relatively large margin.
Yeah.
Because of the way that the C6 is like such a big increase compared to not C6.
The C6 is a 20% increase on Arlecchino.
Yeah, that's a
That's
pretty
not
big deal.
20% for the whole team. It's just for Arlecchino.
Yeah.
Chevrolet is a new 4-star, so it's very hard to get her. She was last on.
exactly.
She was only been on Yoimiya and Raiden banner. If she's on Arlecchino's banner, I have no real problem with it because
guess that's
unlike
fair,
Farzan, Chevrolet is perfectly functional at C0.
Mm-hmm.
She's actually very good at low cons. And again, her build is Chevrolet is the cheapest character in the game to build.
Yeah,
You get her to level 70. You don't even have to level her talents for Arlecchino.
I think mainly my point is just like
She doesn't need a set.
I like her balance a bit better now, but I do think that design-wise, it's a little bit it's worse and it's a little bit more boring.
I think her teams are a bit less balanced. I think they're kind of. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to tell until she's implemented, because a lot of the overload stuff can very easily just suck to play. But I am still kind of. I'm coping.
Yeah,
I
there's
still am
also
really
the fact that,
interested in
like,
playing overload.
If I think that it makes sense and it's arguably good for the game when the VV8 teams with double swirl setups are the better one for a character, because those require more knowledge and are harder to execute, so they should reward you with more reward.
That's a bit of a double-edged sword, though, isn't it? Because, like it or not, I've spoken to the Akasha and the Enka devs. 70% of their user base are mobile. Keep in mind, this game is played on mobile, and it's a big part of why characters like Nivulette are seen so positively.
Yeah.
Because they require
I
so
know.
few inputs. And Chevrolet, again, is a character who isn't widely played, and putting a DPS character more kind of specifically pigeonholed into her makes them unique and makes them stand out among a crowd.
I guess. But she's still really good with Chevaleuse, so like...
Yeah, she is still really good with Chevrolet.
Like, my point is basically just, I think that the VV Vape teams should always be slightly better.
I don't know if I agree, just from an accessibility standpoint. Maybe Chevrolet's stuff is still incomplete. Maybe Chlorine. I hope Chlorine is a YOLO support, though. Anyway. Maybe.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of, like, removing skill incentives to appeal to mobile players. Like, there should be characters that are still good for mobile players, but I don't see why the character's best team has to be completely, like, without skill expression, you know? Like...
Yeah. Do you...
As long as there's still characters that are good if you're not playing that best team, I just don't see it as necessary.
I think optimized rotations are a form of skill expression, even if you aren't executing a swirl with
Yeah.
0.5 seconds of leniency. I think even just swapping to your characters and doing the correct combos in order is skill expression. Not getting hit is a form of skill expression. I think there's a lot of nuance to it, and just saying the team only requires skill if you swirl is
I mean, that's not what I'm saying.
reductive. Right. Shivers' buffs are easier to get because they're somewhat automatic as long as you use her holdy, and they're essentially full uptime, which also is really good for multi-wave. I do want to mention that.
All right, and also like there's also the fact that like that optimal team with VV Vape setups, like in a lot of practical situations, your actual DPS matters less because it matters more that you can front load damage. It matters more that your damage like carries across multi-wave.
I think the VV stuff. I think the vape stuff was always going to be competitive or better in practice, which is why I don't mind overload having an on-paper advantage.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay.
I think double hydro vape, I would agree, but VV vape, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like, double hydro vape has basically all of the practical stuff. VV vape has setups that are more difficult to do, that are more reliant on being against specific enemies, that are more reliant on, you know, the enemies not dying in the middle of your rotation and all that stuff. Whereas double hydro stuff is a lot more, like, brain off things happen.
Yes, double hydro stuff is a lot more brain off things happen. What do you think about... Because she heals herself more consistently with the burst, Frida's a bit better now, which is quite nice.
I don't know if I like the idea of using your Farina buff up time to use her fucking 3 damage burst.
It's a... Wait, what?
Her burst does the damage of 2 autos at the start of the rotation. It's more like 3 autos overall. What?
It's more like 4. It's more like 4 because that's vape autos. One of them
guess.
It's the same dilemma. It's an age-old dilemma where, yeah, the burst does a big number, but you do so much damage on your normal attacks where it doesn't really matter. It's a lot of deja vu.
Yeah, it's like Hu Tao if you couldn't PP slide.
Even then, it's still just not... The time might not be worth it.
Yeah. Rotation extension. Wow.
Yep. Wow.
Wow.
But they're... Arlecchino's burst does hit more than above 50 Hu Tao burst. So that's cool.
Yeah.
It is also her source of recovery. She's getting about at least a 60% heal every rotation? Question mark? I need to
Who are you talking about?
Arlecchino.
Could be more than that, no?
No, not unless you're at like 100 bond.
Oh yeah, they changed it. It's not 200% of bond anymore.
It's 150% of your bond, so it's 50% of your bond, and 150% of your
You're right then. Should be something around that, yeah.
Yeah. In rotation, if you burst, which you aren't with current assumptions. Let's chat. That doesn't mean you can't burst, Shiver. You can technically force it.
Yeah. Although, if burst does clear your bond, using burst, like, I guess, when would you use it? At the end, I guess? You'd have to. You can't use it at the start.
Yeah,
like,
I'd have to.
So basically, if your burst kills, it's worth using, but if it doesn't, it's probably not, because you'd rather have the bond for the next rotation. But yeah, you can't use it at the start, so it can't be good for Farina. Right?
Yeah.
That's not gonna work.
Well, you just use it. You use it at the start of reveal time. You do EQ. I guess you just take 65%. I guess you just...
That Yeah, that does not sound right.
Would you like to pull C2?
No. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't front load the healing, so yeah, it's just yeah.
C2 solves a lot of her problems. I'm not super happy about it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Her C1 is also... What do you have her C1 estimated at? Have you looked?
Have they changed it from 120?
Yes.
What
It's
is it
100. If you know how it gets added, it is the ratio plus 100, and then that combined value is multiplied by the bond.
So it's like 338 instead of 238?
One client.
Yes.
Two clients.
Let me
three
take a look.
clients.
Okay, seems to be, if you're using burst, about a 20% motion value increase. If and
What do you mean if you're using burst? Your burst doesn't give her 15 anymore.
I know,
Okay.
but her burst is part of her motion value.
Oh, yes.
Just on the normal attacks, it's looking like about 25, yeah, something like that. 25% increase in total, because you're using E no matter what, and one charge attack should be like 24, 25, something like that.
20, 24, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then her C2
Although it's
is
worth
another
noting
24.
that it's probably more than that if you're killing the enemies early, because Bond of Life damage is a bigger portion of your damage earlier in your rotation than it is later in your rotation.
Yep. And her C2 is another 24%. And her C3 is about 20%.
What's C2 again? What
The
do they make it?
900% after charged attack.
Oh yeah.
Also, all of your bonds start max level.
Oh yeah, well, at C2 she's not a DPS anymore, she just one-shots things.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I would say that, but it is... She essentially just uses...
Because, like, you
it's a
front load,
burst whenever she
you
uses
front
it.
load 3,000 vaped motion value.
Yeah.
Like that, that's killing shit.
It's going to be generally 400, 500k. It can be more if you're with
It
very
should
good
be more than
artifacts
that.
and with a bunch more 5-star pulls. I believe it's generally like
400, 500k on, like, her whole damage, or...
No, on just the C2 proc.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay, yeah, but you're getting 2 of those. Plus the burst.
No, you're not anymore.
Wait, you're not?
It has a 10-second separation.
No! I see. You can still get 2,
Uh-huh.
though.
You can try. You can.
Yeah, okay, that's not really... Yeah, okay, no, that's fair.
You.
Ugh, that's cringe.
You'd get 2 in split rotation overload teams
Yeah.
if they were available.
Okay, okay, never mind. Damn, okay. So that is a pretty big nerf to her C2, then.
I think it always had a 10-second cooldown.
Really?
I'm not sure.
Let me
I
take a
think.
look. Characters, Arlecchino.
When the
Ah,
sun
shit,
goes
it did.
deep in sunlight,
Yeah.
I'm an idiot.
when the moon's out,
But her E-skill cooldown used to be 15 seconds. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
could have fudged it.
You used to be able to do, like, E, let it cook, do your setup, charge attack, burst.
Yeah, and then your E-skill would be off cooldown, and you could stack your one for next
and
rotation.
you'd get a second one before your buffs expire. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a thing anymore.
Yeah. Damn.
toodaloo.
Yeah. I don't. How do you feel about characters just generally having better constellations these days?
One client.
I mean,
Do you think it's healthy for the game or
in my
detrimental?
experience, I don't give a shit because I don't pull for constellations. But try to look at it from, like, considering people who do consider pulling for constellations. It's... I don't know how to feel about it, honestly. Because, like...
It gets in the way of a lot of older characters,
Toodaloo.
Yeah.
for sure. But I don't know if they care. I think they might which is why I think it might be a little bit unhealthy. Where we've made our money from this character, it's time to sell something else.
Yeah, but also on the other hand, I'd rather the power creep constellations than do significant power creep to base kits, you know?
A lot of the significant power creep in base kits is in supports. You were even mentioning earlier that just play plunge with Shunyan.
True. Yeah, like
Uh,
there's
Characters like Shunyan and Farina, in my opinion, are like where the real power creep is, and that's where damage goes up the most.
I think I like half agree with that. I think like my view on it is I consider defensive utility to be pretty valuable.
Right.
And with that in mind, strongest character in 1.0 by far is Singto.
Oh yeah.
One kind.
And if
I think I said that and you were surprised. In fact, a long time ago.
yeah, a long time ago I used to consider Bennett to be better.
Yeah.
But that's changed over time. I think in 1.0 defensive utility was a little bit less relevant. Because the enemies just didn't stagger
Remember when
you.
Floor 12 had an entire HP pool of 500k?
Yeah. But yeah, so if I'm looking at Singto's power level, considering and like including his defensive utility, I still consider him to be the best unit in the game. If you're looking at C6 4-stars, C0 5-stars.
There are a lot
I
of
can
very
see an
good
argument to be
4-stars.
made for other characters, but I
Yeah.
still consider him to be the best one. And with that in mind, them making units that are of similar power level to him over time, is it a form of power creep? Yeah, but is it the sort of power creep that like actually ruins the game? Not
No.
really.
It does keep the treadmill moving, though.
It keeps the treadmill moving, it keeps giving you new options, it keeps making pulling for new characters feel relevant and significant without actually invalidating what were the actual good units, right? Yeah, so units that were released and were not that great to begin with, you're gonna notice it that you have better options now.
Do you
And that
think
does suck for people who like those units, right?
Yeah. I guess speaking of that, do you feel the way the abysses have been getting more difficult kind of restricts a lot of units that have maybe fallen by the wayside? And it could be why they're getting so specifically targeted sports?
I think, yeah. I think for the longest time, like, you have to consider that, like, people's investment into characters made their characters stronger over time, right? And if you look at the DPS increase from Abyss DPS requirements have increased much more and much faster than character investment has increased your damage, right? But people's knowledge has also increased. And if you look at 1.0 stuff with 1.0 knowledge and 1.0 skill.
Oh, 1.0, obvious, best set in the game was Crimson Witch. You played Fischl, Jing Cho, and a pirate character with Bennett.
True.
The best team in the game, from 1.0 until 1.6. Actually true. Freeze was never real.
I think Shangling, Bennett, Sucrose, Singto was best team in 1.0.
Not when Crimson Witch gave you 40% bait bonus on Overload.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, okay, sure. Fair.
It was Hu Tao or Shangling, Bennett, Fischl, Jing Cho. Best team in the game in 1.0. Not even close.
Okay, that's fair.
Not
that's
even.
Fair.
Like,
Yeah,
actually
so,
not even close.
With that in mind, I think that basically from 1.0 to like 3.0, the Abyss DPS requirement increases, mostly kept up with a combination of people's character investment plus knowledge. I think that starting in 3.x and continuing, it started to increase at a pace that's faster because people's knowledge has somewhat stagnated, right?
They've also been releasing gear.
Yeah.
Sets like Emblem, Hunter.
I'm including that in like investment.
And I thought you were
increases.
including that in knowledge.
No. I mean, sure, but no, not really. Because my point is like knowledge. People getting more knowledgeable about the game helped them clear Abyss more easily, while they were still learning new things. But with knowledge stagnating, because at some point there's just less things to find out. Right now, Abyss difficulty increase, I think, is outpacing character investment increase.
I think we had an easy Abyss. Not this.
Yeah, some abysses are
layout.
easy, but like
the last
overall
one was
trend.
a bit easier with the We Know It. The overall trend is they're getting more
Yeah.
difficult. Yeah.
And I do think that is making it so that the characters that were, not the greatest back in the day are struggling more and more to clear in a way that you can't really do much about other than trying to pull for their cons or signature weapons or whatever, or pulling for a new support for them.
Yeah. Which it seems to be Hoyo's, like, I guess,
Yeah.
practice at this point for it.
Yeah.
Which is why I do expect Chlorine to be somewhat Fizz adjacent. If not directly Fizz connected, even something like an off-field electric DPS that gives attack percent and energy.
I don't know if that would even be that. Like, you could use it in physical, but I don't know if you'd use it over, like, in Raiden teams or something.
You would Raiden is extremely replaceable for Eula. A lot of the best on paper Eula teams, not a lot of actually, some of them have been foregoing Raiden and just building 140 ER. Some of them.
No, I just mean like you wouldn't play that character with Ella. You'd play them with another carry. If
You
they
could play
gave
Chiori
attack
with
percent
Navia.
and energy.
You could play Chiori with Navia. And it's still an upgrade for Navia.
Yeah.
But she's also very good with Ito. That's fine. That's fine.
But yeah, I struggle to see them making a character that's actually really good and that buffs Ella enough to have actual good teams while like being generic.
I never said
enough.
good.
Yeah,
I
okay,
said
that's fair.
better.
Then. That's fair. Then.
I said
Although I will say I don't expect that to be Chlorine because I feel like she's kind of she's one of the units that people look forward to a lot, and I feel like if they make her a physical support,
Shanaha is very attractive.
yeah, but cryo is not the same as physical. People actually like Ayaka. People actually like Ganyu.
They don't anymore. They don't. No, I don't.
That's fair, but like, I feel like it's a different situation to Ella. I could see her being a physical carry.
They've somewhat locked into Cryo being with Freminette, Mika, Eula.
Cryo being the what?
The Fizz element.
Yeah.
With some of the recent characters.
Yeah, Cryo and Electro. It is what it is.
Yeah. The only Fizz Electric character is Razor.
True!
I believe.
He's not even Fizz, he's Dendro. True!
You could argue Kutzing at a time.
Yeah.
In
okay,
1.0 was
fair.
Fizz,
yeah,
but
maybe not anymore.
shrug. Kutzing is actually an electric character.
Oh yeah, Fischl, true. Isn't her signature weapon
Fischl.
physical damage? Let's go!
Compound Bow or Metanox Waltz? Let's go!
Hell yeah.
Do you remember Avatar Kutzing builds? Cryo Kutzing, Pyro Kutzing, Fizz Kutzing, Electric Kutzing?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Have you looked into the Star Rail leaks at all?
Yeah, I looked at Boot Hill. Dr. Ratio was free.
True. Have you looked at Robin?
I have. She's another piece of follow-up Exodia.
Yeah.
I think the final piece, it's going to be a complete team after Robin.
It's going to be pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's going to be really good.
It's,
And apparently Boot Hill is supposed to do competitive damage.
Really?
To Ratio, Topaz, Robin.
Really?
Allegedly. I haven't done the calcs. It's cool that Boot Hill injects his own weakness. Have you looked at the Sam stuff?
No.
Okay,
Yes.
well, Sam is.
Yes, but I barely
fire-
remember it.
Okay, fire destruction. He's another break DPS like
Mhm.
Boot Hill, but his weakness inject is at E1.
Dang.
But the difference is that Boot Hill gets crit for their break effect.
Oh wait,
Sam
he
gets
does?
Death Ignore. Yes, Boot Hill gets crit for break effect.
His breaks can crit?
No, his break effect gives him
Oh,
crit.
oh, okay.
Sam gets Death Ignore
Hmm.
for like X% conversion.
Yeah.
I just worry that a lot of the break is fundamentally slow because bosses have really high toughness bars. Very often you'll break them once per clear.
Yeah.
I worry if that's a problem.
For Boo
It
Hill?
also Boot Hill and Sam. It also borderline necessitates everyone may.
Yeah, I think... Like, Boo Hill doesn't get his damage from breaking. He gets his damage from attacking a broken enemy, right?
No, he gets both.
Well, yeah, sure. But, like, most of his damage comes from attacking the broken enemy, not from the break
Yeah,
itself.
most of it.
And break damage does scale with toughness bar. So, like, against a boss with a really big toughness bar, once you break it, you're gonna hurt him, you know?
And then he'll get back up. And then he'll get.
Yeah, and then you try to break it. But I feel like at high investment, it won't get back up. It's gonna die before it does.
Okay, that's
I
the
think
hope.
If you're going into the boss with no stacks, then yeah, like I agree, he's not gonna be very good. But if you're going into the boss with stacks from like previous waves, I think like once the boss goes down, it's dead.
Yeah.
It's like you're doing 150% of your break effect every time you attack. On a boss with a lot of toughness, like that's gonna be a lot of damage.
Yeah. Boot Hill is good. He's just gonna do a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they give them out for free though?
What'd you say?
Do you think they could give them out for free though?
Boo Hill?
Yes.
Why would they give them out for free?
Because that's the precedent. That's the...
I mean, no, I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna, as soon as a ratio stops being available for free, give another 5-star for free.
Give it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
I think that's cool.
I'm not pulling for him. That's all
Yeah,
I'll
neither
say.
am I. I might try to go for Robin.
I'm probably gonna end up skipping Robin too.
Damn.
I lost my 50-50 on Acheron today to Jeopard. So that was cool.
Did you want him or not?
I have E5 Jeopard now.
Oh.
I only get Jeopard.
I see. Well,
I actually only get Jeopard.
sorry to hear that.
I actually...
I wonder if Topaz.
One
is
more,
gonna get
and
I wonder when
just-
Topaz is gonna get her next rerun.
I do want to pull Topaz in her rerun.
Yeah, I want to pull Robin and Topaz. Gonna have the follow-up Exodia. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull for Sam. I'll pull for a Topaz rerun. I think I'm pulling Adventurine.
Have you looked into like the speed tuning for Robin teams at all?
No, I don't think it really matters. You're just gonna use her burst when you can, and it's gonna give you extra turns.
I looked at it and I think that the best way to go about it is fast Robin and no speed on anyone else.
Sure. Did they actually reduce her burst cost today?
Yeah. Oh, it would appear that they have. I don't know if it's actually real, but
Yeah.
changed to 140.
140 good.
In follow-up Exodia, that's pretty reliable 2-turn ult.
Which means you can borderline just keep linking it. Yeah. Does she get energy while she is ghosted?
What do you mean by that?
During her ult, doesn't she?
Oh, I
herself
think
get
so.
removed from the turn order.
I think so. Like from her passive, you mean?
Yeah, from her passive.
I mean, I've been assuming so.
Okay, then yeah, you just run fast.
If she
You
doesn't,
just run
she's
speed on
fucking
her and speed on
terrible.
everyone else.
If she doesn't, she is not very good.
Huh.
But I've been assuming so. She does.
She gives a lot of attack. I actually wish she gave energy, because that is one of the big hurdles for ratio.
I disagree, because you can do you can do pretty reliably. She gives energy by advancing him forward. My brain isn't working effectively, right?
Okay, but that's not the same as you're still ulting every 4 or 5 turns on ratio.
4 turns.
4
If-
turns.
It's 3 to 4.
You're
turns,
getting
though.
more turns, but it still takes a while to get the burst up. Or there's old.
I mean, yeah.
You'd rather have it just be more consistently available,
Like,
which
your
is
first-
one
your
of the big
first
things about
ult-
Tengen.
Your first ult is at like fucking basically 100 AV, something like that.
Yeah.
I did a thing, whatever. And then your next one, one, two. Is that like 400? I guess.
Toodaloo.
You still get 2 ults before 450 AV.
I'd rather have 3.
You can probably get 3 if you do some speed stuff. I don't think it's. I don't know if it's worth it though.
Again, like you're also straining your SP economy if you were to try to just giving him more. I'd rather just have it and some form of energy generation.
Yeah.
If they could have, because okay, Tengen is very prevalent with ratio. Because of that,
Yeah.
she gives him a very consistent ult, which is important. Because it's just a lot of damage.
That's
Robin
fair.
is taking the same slot or slots for the teams.
But
that they're
she's
reconstituted.
giving more damage than Tingyan.
She is.
Plus, she's giving Topaz a lot of damage.
Yeah. She is. I just would have liked to have the ult be available, because the ult also gives you Topaz damage. No, because Numby is attacking
Yeah.
more if there are more follow-ups.
Yeah, although I feel like a lot of the time it's gonna end up proccing off of Numby itself, and it's not actually gonna give you much more Topaz or more. Yeah, more Topaz.
That's not
damage.
really a big deal though. Like that, even proccing off Numby is.
Hmm.
That's still.
Well,
like,
yeah,
an
obviously
extra.
the team would be better if you got energy for free, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
not disagreeing. But I like her design as it is.
Yeah, she's cool. I intend to just play the follow-up stuff without her, mostly just because I have Sparkle Eidolons.
That's fair.
That's more of a me thing though, and not super relevant.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of excited for it. I like the way that it like impacts the speed tuning of your teams. The biggest problem is my ratio currently has 154 speed, and that's not very good with her.
Just farm the new set. You get to
Yeah.
farm the new planner as well for him. if you
I
play with
want to
Topaz.
keep farming Winset.
Just farm Pine.
Yeah,
It's
Winset
Pioneer,
isn't even
right?
good on any character in that team. It
farm-
sucks.
Just do yourself a favor. Farm Pioneer. Farm the new planners. You'll be a lot happier for it. You'll be.
But I don't need to clear MOC. I want to have a 174 speed crit damage body Sparkle.
What's that gonna do if you're not playing Sparkle?
I am playing Sparkle on the other side.
Oh, okay.
On my QQ team.
Oh, Xing Shui.
It's Dude, it's actually hilarious. I play QQ, I kill the first wave in like 0 cycles. I get to my second side, I run out of cycles. It's
That's
yeah.
about right.
It is what it is.
Whenever I play Xing Shui, I have this problem where I get too lucky and she never consumes SP.
Dude, me too. Fucking skill point positive QQ is such a pain in the ass.
It happens too often.
It does. It's so cringe.
We're never gonna get a turkey.
And then you're like, okay, well, since she's so skill point positive, maybe I'll try her with a support that's more skill point hungry. And then you
No, maybe
try
you'll
it
run
once.
slow. Maybe you try slow sparkle.
Ew.
Slow
No,
sparkle,
thank you.
fast Xing Shui.
But like, fuck that. I'm good. Bro, my Sparkle has 161
Not
speed
not
on
a real
Win Set.
gambler. Not a
Hey,
real
sir,
gambler.
My Sparkle has 161 speed on Win Set. I'm not.
You're not a real gambler.
I'm more of a gambler. I don't know why or how, but I'm more of a gambler, true.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, play Bronya Sparkle Xing Shui. It's a
True.
better idea. That's
True. Unironically, it's not even that bad, because you can, like, adapt your rotation based off of how lucky you get with a team like that. But it's.
Yeah, you can play dynamically. Sometimes you'll clear in 0 cycles. Other times you'll clear in 5.
True.
Dynamic.
Very true. Yeah, yesterday, bro. I have one side that like my QQ side clears really quickly, but usually she's with Fushuan. And then my other side's sustain unit is a level 59 Lynx with an
Lynx might
unleveled
go.
4-star set.
Lynx is
and
my GOAT. That's the best
unleveled
healer in the game.
traces.
That's the best healer in the game.
True. Yeah, so it's like it's very rough, and on top of that, well, my damage is pretty low because I have to play double sustain, and I die with double sustain, right?
Oh, you have to play double sustain?
I die with double sustain.
Oh.
That's how bad, like, because I can't do Natasha links because my Natasha is too low level, so she just gets one shot. I have to do Fire MC links.
Don't you have Fushuan?
For one side, yeah. That side is fine.
Oh, okay.
It's the other side that I have to play double sustain.
You know, Locha is on Vanner if you need a second Lynx.
No, I'd rather get him on Swim.
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting for.
I don't know how different Locha is from Lynx. I don't know how.
He's
to be
pretty
honest.
different.
Is he?
Yeah.
Are we sure?
Yeah, he is. I keep
More
running out of
comfy.
skill points in double sustain, man. You don't get it. I have to Lynx E and Fire MC E every turn.
Okay, that would be okay. That would do it.
Yeah. I want to get Locha eventually, but I don't have enough to guarantee both him and Amaltaran, and I want to get Amaltaran, so it just is what it is.
Yep.
It is what it is.
Not super worried about it. I should probably do my shop refresh though. Locha is infinitely better than my GOAT Lynx. Nah. Lynx would heal. Look. Let me show you my Lynx build. This is my level 75 Lynx.
I have someone in my friend list who has a 171 speed multiplication win set Locha.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucking bog to play.
You can do it with Lynx.
Mm,
Silly,
yeah, but you don't heal.
silly Billy Hilly churl.
Win set links healing aware. Win set
Link's healing is
multiplication max speed links healing aware.
Lynx's healing is only really useful when you are passing damage checks to deal with it being
Yeah.
insufficient.
Easy rollings aware. Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah, what? Oh yeah, new piff.
Toodaloo.
New piff.
If true.
Piff.
Anyways, thank you for the talk.
Yep,
I'm
take
gonna
care.
eat.
Good luck with your arlecchino pulls.
There's no luck required.
Oh yeah, there's no luck. It's all guaranteed.
Yeah, I will get her in my next end pull.
When the
It's
sun
unless I go like
but when the moon
really deep into pity,
and moon.
I guess.
Yeah.
Might take two. Anyways,
Take care.
have a nice rest of your stream. Bye bye.
You too.
Okay, business. Now what exactly? My thoughts exactly.
Silly Charles.
Is the April Fool's video ready? Yes, sir. Are you like 70 pity in center? Yeah. Oh wait, am I? Now I'll probably wish off stream if I am. Oh, in Star Rail, you're right. Yeah, we'll see what I get out of that. But I think I'm pretty deep into pity on... Oh yeah, 70? I'm at 70 pity. Top wishes? I already got them. I have 7. I'll probably wish off stream. Speaking of which, I think it's gonna be the end of the stream for today. So, I am going to post Arlecchino first impressions.
Toodaloo.
As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, I would appreciate that. Helps with the algorithm more. If you're too lazy, I will post a link in chat. I completely understand.